in this lecture we are going to work on admin profile. For example, as we log in as admin, when we click on this, you can see my profile. So we are going to work on this. So first of all, we need to go to the controller. So let me close all these files. Alright, so we'll go to have HTTP controller backend. We have admin controller, right? So after this, we also need to work with the route. So we go to route, wave route. So in this wave route, we have the first item that is in our admin middleware. So we can copy this route. After we copy it, we can be able to paste it below this particular one. Alright, so this route, the name of it should be admin profile. Then the method we are going to create, we can give it a name of profile. Then the name of the route is going to be admin profile. Alright, so this is it. So next we are going to create a function, this profile function. So let's copy this. We'll now go to the admin controller. We can create the function like this: public function, this, of round bracket, close it, then we hit enter to go down. Alright, so now this is also going to be a view, so we can just write return view. So inside the view, what we have to specify the view first. So let's save this. We also save this. We can have an error here because we did not complete the code, right? So let's come back to the resources, views. So inside the views, we have admin. Let's create another folder. Inside this admin, we'll call this folder profile. All right, so let's call this folder profile. So click on this profile. So inside the profile, we'll create another file. We'll give this file a name of view.blade.php. Enter. All right, so we have this. So next thing to do is let's update this controller and this method. So the view will just put single quote, then we have admin profile view. All right, so the first folder is this. The first folder is admin. This is admin folder. Then inside we have profile folder. Then we have view, that is this particular one. Then we'll put semicolon at the end. After doing this, we can be able to save it. All right, so we don't have any error. So now what we have to do next is inside this view, we have to extend this our admin index, right? We have to extend this, the admin. All right, so to extend it, we just admin dashboard. We just need to add @, then extend. Then we now specify admin dashboard. That's the dashboard we want to extend. Then inside this dashboard, admin dashboard, we also specify we have to yield a content here. So we just have to type @yield content. This is okay. So now here we have to save it. Then we'll now call a section and end section. All right, so inside the section we are going to deal with content. All right, so that is this same content we have here, that is the content we just added yielding here. All right, so that is all. So now as we did this, we'll go to the controller. We have this. So next thing to do is how can we be able to view this file in our admin dashboard? That is when we click on this. So we have to go to our wave. We created this route name, which is admin profile. So let's copy this admin profile. as we copy the admin profile, let's go to the sections sidebar or header. So this header, we have our admin, we have the profile link here. So we have to go to the href of it. This is the anchor tag. So in this, now we will now put double brace, then we have route, open round bracket, close it, then we have admin profile. That is the name of the route. All right, so let's save this. All right, so this is cool. So you can just refresh this page. So when we click on this now profile, you can see it is displaying admin profile. So let's try to click on it to open. So we can see now we have admin profile. So our route is open successfully. So next thing to do is we need to add the component inside this white space. We have to add the component for the profile update. So to add the component, I have already get a file for that. This is it, profile view component. So I will add it up inside the download section that is below this lecture. So before then, let me open it in a text editor. When I open it now, I'm going to copy this component. This is how you will use it. We have the div, so you copy the whole div. You are going to copy this whole div like this. Just copy it. So when we copy this div, we will now paste it inside the view. So we have to paste it inside this section like this. All right, so as we do this, now next thing to do is we have another file inside of there. So before we go to that site, let me go there and refresh. So when we refresh it now, you can see we have a form that's supposed to contain our admin informations. So do not forget, inside this same file we have a JavaScript. So this JavaScript, it will help us to preview the image. You can see we have image upload, so it will help us to preview the image before we save it. So let's copy this also. Just copy it like this. So go back. So we are not going to paste it in view.blaze.php. We have to go to the dashboard. That is our admin dashboard. So below, that is below the before body, we'll now paste this. All right, so what it does is that it will help us to preview the image before we load it. All right, so let's go back. We'll preview, refresh this. When we refresh it, let's click on this. We can now go and select image. So let's say we want to use, let's just get an image. So let's say I want to use this image. I'll click on open. So you can see it shows an image for me, right? Let me select. You can select as many type of image. Maybe I'll select something like this particular image, load it. So you can see we have the image exactly the way it's supposed to be. All right, so this is cool. This is cool. So now what we have to do here is that we have to, in the next lecture, we are going to display all the informations that is in this particular page. All right, this is something that we did earlier that is in this particular place. So it's just very easy to do. It's just very easy. We can even include it right now. So we can go to this dashboard. What we did earlier, you can remember when we do, you can even go to the head section. This is the head section here, right? You can see we have the user name. You can just copy it directly, auth user name. So we have to view here. This is the name, so you just paste it here, auth username. Then this person's role is what? So you can say auth user role. All right, so this will contain the role. Then also for the here we can edit the name. So let's save this. We'll refresh this. So you can see we have admin user, then admin, then the name here if we want to edit it also, so we can easily be able to do that. So we have to display the name inside the text input first. So here we can just put, we have to specify, we'll say name. All right, so the name is name. Then after that we'll now add value. So the value will now face this. All right, so this is going to be user name. So when we do this, we'll also do for the phone number. So name is phone. Remember how we set it up in our database, right? So this is the database. Inside the database we have phone and we have image, right? So now we have phone, we have name, we have email. So now let's take this. We have phone, then we have the value of it is also going to be phone. All right, so let's put phone. So though we don't have anything, we don't have phone, so we don't have phone detail. The phone is currently empty, we do not update it yet, so we'll just leave it the way it is, right? So here, that's all we need. All right, so let's save this. When we save it, we'll go back to there, we'll refresh the page. You can see this is displaying our name, right? We don't have phone number, that's why it is not displaying anything, right? So in the next lecture, we are going to update the profile where the image is going to be displaying in this image section, and also at the header we are going to do that. All right, so that is all for now. See you in the next lecture. In this video, we are going to update this information, that is name, phone number, and profile image. All right, so that is what we are going to update. So to do this, first of all, we need to go to the controller. All right, so let's close all this. All right, so now we'll go to the controller. But before we go to the controller, let's try first of all to update the route, right? Let's create a route for the update. All right, so as we create this route for the update, what we need to do first is we need to give the route a name. All right, so after giving it a name, then we'll also specify what type of route is that. So to do that, first of all, let's copy this. All right, so I'll explain it after I copied it. So this is not going to be get, it's going to be a first route, so we'll have to update this to first. Then here we'll say admin update, then we can say profile. All right, that's it. Then here we can say profile or update profile. That's the name of the method that we are going to create. So update profile. Then inside, since we are going to create it inside admin controller, so we have to leave this admin controller the way it is. Now here we can say admin profile, then update. You can call it any name that you want. All right, so that is for this. So next thing to do is we have to go to this controller and create this function with this name, right? So what we'll do is let's go to the controller, have HTTP, we have controllers, then we have backend, then admin. So inside we'll now do this. So now say public function this. So after we do this, next hit enter. All right, so now we have this. Okay, so now what we need to check, there is difference between this function and this function. This function is just returning a view, right? While this particular one, we are going to perform we are going to get a request from a form. So you remember this page here, which is admin profile. So the view, when we go to the view, where is this resource it? We have views, we have admin profile, then these views. So you can see on this view we have a form that will be submitted, so that is a request, right? So that is why here we have to update it. So just put request, then we put request like this. All right, so this is cool. So next thing to do is we have to check the names of the input. So we have name, we have phone, then the image. This is the file upload image, so we have to give it a name also. So now say name, we can give it a name of photo, or we can just say image. That's the name. All right, so let's save it. So these three names, we have to make sure that we do not forget the way we rename it, because we are going to use it in the controller. So let's now perform some validation to make sure that all the content of our file are there, right? So for you to do that, we just use this request, this particular request here, and we'll now say validate. We'll call a validate function in Laravel. All right, so validate. So after this, we now open round bracket. So the items are much, so we are going to list them in form of array. So inside, we'll start with the first item, that is name. All right, because here we have name. You can see we have name, we have phone number, then we have image. So we are all going to learn how to validate them. So we'll now put name, so this is how we validate it. Is going to be required, is needed. Then after that, the maximum characters, we can put max. The max should be 100 character. All right, so that is for this. Then also we'll do the validation for email. All right, so the email is also going to be required, is needed. Then after that, I don't think, let's check it very well. We have name, we have phone number, then we have image, right? So this should be phone. All right, so it's also required. Then this should be, we can also put something like max, that is the maximum. So the max, we have to put it inside this single quote. So we can also put 100. So after this, we will now add the last one, which is a little bit different from these other ones. So this is image. All right, so this image, to validate it, that means for us to only take image, we do this. So we now specify and add image. Then after that, we now put maximum. So the maximum value of it, that is 2 MB. So the 2 MB, this is how you write it. All right, 048. So this specifies that the image is 2 MB, 2 megabytes. All right, so that is all about the validation. So next, we are now going to get the current user. The current user, we are going to get this particular user, we are going to get him from the database. All right, so to get this user, what we have to do is we can just create a variable user. Let's say is equals to auth. This is how we can get current user. So auth user. All right, then we'll now do this. All right, so that is this. Then we have if. We are going to, now what we need to do is we have to check to see if we have image in the form. If we have image in the form, right? So we have to do some kind of work, right? So we already have image, so we want to check if we have image in the form. So if in the request has file, all right, so what type of file? The name of the file, we give it image. All right, so that is the name we specify here, image. All right, so now if we have image, then we open curly brace and close it. Then inside, now what is going to happen is we are going to check the image if we have it, or if we don't have it, we can remove, we can just upload it. If we already have it, so we can remove the previous one and upload the new one. So this is how the code goes. So if file exists, inside public folder, inside public file fat user of image. So now open curly brace and close it. So now say file delete from public fat user. I'll explain this, therefore it's going to be very easy for you to understand it. Alright, so what we did here is that here we say that if file exists, public fat. So if there is file inside our database, if there is file inside our database, inside our image here, if there is file, so it should take the name of this particular file that we have here, because we are going to send the URL of that file. It will take it and go to the URL and delete it at there, because we are trying to update. All right, so that is if there is. And if there is no file, so we will now continue. So the public part, when we talk about public part in Laravel, we are referring to this public folder here. All right, that is the public file. This is where we can save most of our files that we need anytime in our project. All right, so now what we will do next is let's create an image variable. Then it's equals to request image. So we are going to create this an image variable, which is going to contain any image that we uploaded from this image form, that is from this particular place. From this particular place, any image that we uploaded, so it's going to be stored inside this variable image. All right, so next we are going to do this. We will now add another variable. Image name is equals to rand, that we are trying to create just rand, that is going to generate a random number. Then we do this, so we'll do underscore. This dot means concatenation. It's going to generate random number and concatenate the random number. Then we'll now put this. So we'll now say image, that is our image variable, this particular image variable. So this image variable, then we can say get client original name, get client original name. Then we'll now put this, so it is going to get the image name, all right, and attach it. It's going to generate random numbers, attach it with underscore, and now put the real name of the image we are trying to upload. For example, here when we come, I select an image, let's say this image, so it is going to get this name. All right, so that is this. So after this, now we'll now say image, that is our variable of image. Move, we are going to move the image into our public folder, public part. So uploads, so we can call it upload, we can call it any name, right? So let's go to public. Here we can call this, we can create a folder, we can say uploads, that's the name of the folder. So inside this upload, this is the name of the folder. So now that's where we are going to add our uploaded images. So the name of the folder, we have to specify it here. So uploads, then we now put comma, and we'll now add this image name. So that is the file, that's the name. All right, so when we upload it, it is going to go with this name. All right, so that is this. So next we have to do, we say fat is equals to, so we'll put this offload, that's the name of our folder. All right, then we'll now concatenate it. We say concatenate, then the image name. So that's going to be the, all right, so this, and we'll now put semicolon. So this part, now we have get the part that we are going to save into our database. The part of the image is going to be saved here. So it's going to be very easy for us to get the image. So next we'll now say user, that is the user, the current user image. In our own here, we can see the name is what is image, right? So user image is equals to path. All right, so here I have to remove this. All right, so now what we did here is that we will move the image into our upload folder. Then we are also going to save the path to this upload folder into our image column in the database, that is in this database. Yes, so this is very easy. It's the best way to do. So that's all. So now let's go and save the remaining items. So we use the user as well. So user the items are what? Name, right? So we have name, username is equals to request, username is equals to request name, then also user phone, that's the second item in the from the form. Here we have it here, you can see phone, right? So user phone is equals to request phone. All right, so that is it. So next we'll just say user, we are now going to save the detail. So user, then save. So this is going to save the information for us. All right, so now when we save the information, it is good for us to receive some notifications of the saving, right? So let's save this also as well. So now what we have to do is, let's try to, after we send the information, let's try to do something like this. Let's return redirect back. So we are now going to come back to that page, that is our view page, right? So we are going to return to that page after we uploaded the update. All right, so let's save this. All right, so before we test it out, we have to go to the view. We'll go to the form. Inside the form here, we have to check the method. So the method is post, then after that action. So the action is going to be the route. What route do we specify? That is admin profile update. So since we are going to upload image, so we have to put enc type. So enc type is equals to be, is going to be multifat. So make sure you put the enc type, this enc type, because you are going to upload image with use of this. After this, now we have to add the token. Alright, so you remember the tokens we were using. This is very important. Let me show you. We used it in the auth. You can see login. So we have this CSRF token. So come back to here, copy it from there, then we'll add it up at this place. Alright, so now press Ctrl+S to save this. So that is all. So let's now refresh this page. Okay, so let's try to update information. So phone number 0701234568. Then we'll now select an image. I will select any image. Let me select this image. Alright, so I'll click on save. Alright, so now it says HTTP class backend auth not found. Alright, in the controller. Alright, so now let's check it out and see. We use auth, so we did not include it into controller. So this is just very easy. What we have to do, anytime you come across this problem, so you call off there, you can see you don't have auth, right? So this is very easy. What you have to do here is that just hit enter, say use. Alright, so use this eliminate, then also put this slash, then support slash again, then you put packet slash, then auth, and now put this. Alright, so saved your work. So let's go back to the, let's try to refresh it, say continue. Alright, so you can see we have file, so we also have to include file. So it's same process. So I am just leaving this there for whenever you come across issues like this, you know what to do. So you just copy this. They are also from the same directory like this. So you can now change this to file. That's all. So now let's refresh it again. Yes, we want to submit. Yeah, so now we have submitted, and you can see it redirected us back. You can see it here, right? So this is cool. When we check, we refresh this, you can see even the image is there, right? So this is very cool. So now what we have to do is we have to, alright, so last thing to display, we have to display the image at this place. We also have to display the image at this point. So let's quickly do that. So we'll just go back to this. Here we can just copy this also. So we can remove this. So have the double quote here. Then we'll now say asset, because we are referring to our upload folder. That is this in the public, this upload folder. So we have to say asset. So open bracket, close it, then paste this. There, here is the name of our database. The name of our column here is image. So we will also say image. Alright, so press Ctrl+S to save it. So now let's go back and refresh it. Yes, we have our image here. We also have to update it as the header. So let's just copy this whole things from here. So we have to go to the folder, which is this. We have the admin, then section at the header where we display the name. So this is the image here. Alright, so let's also paste it at here. Alright, so let's paste it. So Ctrl+S to save this. So let's refresh it. Yes, we have it here. Alright, so here we have come to the end of this. In the next lecture, we are going to update the user's profile as well. In this lecture, we are going to learn how to post notification whenever we updated this record. Alright, So you can see we update the record, but we cannot be able to know whether it is updated or not, unless when we get the return of the data. So we'll learn how to add notification. So there is a notification library. This is it here. This is the link to download it. So I'm going to add the link below this video. So when you open it, you can see GitHub Unix Toaster. So when you open this link, we have this composer require Unix. So we have to click on this to copy it, or you can copy it like this. So now go to the inside your project. You can see htdocs, the name of your folder. Then you now paste it inside. So hit on enter. Make sure you are connected to internet before doing this. So this is going to download the package and add it up inside your project where you can use it. So the package is very easy to use. So the moment it finish installing, to add it up, it is just very easy. So let's wait for it to finish installing. Alright, so now that the package has finished installing, so how do we use it? So this is a very simple implementation. Alright, so let's go to the code. We have, let's assume this is where we update the record. So we want a situation where the toaster should display immediately before redirecting. Alright, so to do that, what we need to do is we just need to call the toast. So you can see we call the toast. Then here we now add success. That means the type of this toasting is success. You can check it off from here. You can see you have many type of, we have for warning, we have for success, we have for error, then we have also for success, right, with the timer, where you can be able to use the timer. All right, so if it is this, let's just copy this particular one, copy this, then we'll now use it inside our project. So just paste it like this. So our own toaster, we want it to display that data has been updated. So we can say profile has been updated successfully. Congrats. All right, so this is it. So let's click on save to save this. After we do that, let's test it out and see how it looks like. So we have this place. Let's refresh the page. All right, so we have to log in. So we have to go user, then we start with it with the admin the other time. So admin, then password. So log in. All right, so as we did this, now we want to update this. So let's assume I want to change the phone number to something like this. All right, then I will now select another picture. So let me use this particular picture. All right, so when I update it, the picture should be like this. So let's watch the toaster and see how it works. So click on save changes. Yes, you can see congrats, profile has been updated successfully, and definitely the picture is showing, and also the phone number is also displaying at this particular place. All right, so this is very cool. So this is how to use the toaster. See you in the next lecture. Do not forget to leave a review for us. Thank you. In this lecture, we are going to learn how to change password. So when we click on this, you can see we have settings. So these settings, we have to change the text to change password. So let's do this. So this is in the section, then we'll go to header, then we can see we have settings. So we'll now change it to change password. All right, so now click on save to save it. So let's refresh it again. So you can see we have change password. All right, so this change password, what we need to do next is we are going to add a link to it. We have to create a link to it, that is a route that is going to be working with it. So first of all, let's go and create a route. So we have to go to this, we have wave, then this is where we do update profile. So we can copy this whole route like this, we can copy this whole route like this, then this is going to be a first route. All right, so after we use this as the first route, we can say admin update what? Update password. Then this is going to be update password, not update profile. And this is admin password update. All right, so that is all. So next we will now create a function in the admin controller. So let's go to the admin controller and create this function for the update password. So come to controller, backend, admin. So here we will do this. We have to say public function, then update password, open round bracket. Inside the round bracket, we are also going to treat it as a request because we are going to get requests from form. So this, next we open curly brace, we'll close it. All right, so that is this. So now we have created this. So before we add more content to it, let's go to a view. Let's create a view for that. All right, so to create the view, we already do something similar. So go to view, admin, you can see profile. So we'll create another folder, we'll call it password. Then here inside the profile, you can see we have view profile. So we can copy this whole things from here, we'll copy it all, and we'll now come back to the password, new file, we can say view .blade.php. so we'll now paste this inside. All right, so now we have this particular items. So now this is going to, we are going to customize this. All right, we are going to customize this. All right, so before we customize it, we'll have to make sure that we can be able to build the file, therefore we'll be customizing it. So to build the file, we have to create a route for that. So this route is for update password. Then we'll also create another route, we'll call it view password or view password update. So we can create it and place it somewhere at the top of this. You can see admin update password, update password. Then here we also call it admin update password, then admin update password. Then the other one we can say admin store password. All right, you can call this admin store password, and here also store password. Then here also admin password store. All right, you can call it any name. All right, so now let's go and create this function. We already created update password function. So what we need to do is we need to view password from there. So this is just a view. So what we have to do next is we'll just say return redirect, or we can just return view. So the view we are going to return is admin password view. All right, this is the view we are going to return. All right, so that is all. So now we have to preview it. So we have to copy this route name, we'll go to the header. We have to go to the header. This is the header. This is our text of change password. So we'll now change this to route. Then we'll now place admin password update. All right, so this is it here. So let's check it out and see how it looks like. So we'll refresh the page again. We'll go to this place, we'll click on change password. Yes, so we have an error that we have to press. All right, so you can see the get method is not supported. So on this, what we have to do anytime you come across this type of error, this is how you can easily fix it. So you go to the web, and you can see here, since we are going to get a view, so we have to use get like this. Then you save your work. So the moment you save it, you go back, you can see admin update password is open. So you remember we were using the other page that belongs to the profile, that is change profile. So now we have to remove these items, also remove the image. Then we'll now set the password update form properly. So to do that, we'll just come back to this. Where is the update password? This is the view here. So we first of all need to remove this div. So let's save it. Therefore we will not be making mistake. Yeah, so the title also we can check it to, we will change it to change password or update password. So let's refresh it. Yes, update password. So this is going to be current password. This is current password. This value, we have to remove the value. All right, then this type of it is going to be password. The ID also, we change it to password, and the name is going to be password. All right, so let's save it. We'll have to be checking the changes we are making to make sure that we are not making mistake. Yes, so this is cool. Now next we are going to do for the other input, so that is this particular one. So what we'll do is I'll just copy this, I'll paste it on this particular one. This is going to be new password. All right, so now we'll come back to this also. For the images, we'll also paste it. So this is going to be confirm password. Confirm password. So let's refresh it again and see. Yes, so next is we need to make sure that we did not make mistake in the inputs. All right, so to check this properly, this input, that is input password, we have to, for the current password, we need to make it this way. The type is password, the name is also current password. That's going to be the name. So you make sure that you use it as current password. So the name is current password. All right, this C is small letter, so let's make sure you are using small letter for that. So current password. Then for the new password is just password, then the type also password. Then for the confirmation, we have to type password, then the ID we are going to use confirm password or password confirmation. You use underscore password confirmation. Then the name is also going to be password confirmation. So do not make any mistake. Make sure you do it like this. All right, so that is all. Now next thing is we have admin profile update. So this is not going to be the route, so the route is going to be different from this. So currently we are just trying to check the views. All right, So this is what we need actually. All right, so let's now preview it again and see how it looks like. Yes, so this is going to contain our current password, this is going to contain new password, and this is going to be update confirm password. All right, so that is all. So in now, all right, so that is this. In the next lecture we are going to learn how we can update and store the password. See you in the next lecture. In this lecture we are going to work with the update password. That means after we add the current password, we add the new password, we add the confirm password, so we can be able to update the password. All right, so to do this, what we need to do first is we have to go to the controller. All right, so let's close all this, therefore we'll open them later on. So close all. Here also we minimize everything. So here on this particular one we have to go to the route wave. You can see this is the function we are going to use, which is store password. So I'll click on it. The function is there, then this is the route name. So I'll copy this function. I'll now go to the HTTP controller plus admin controller. So I'll now create the function. So say public function store password. This is going to be a request. All right, so we'll now come down there and click on this. All right, so now this is the first step. So the next step is we are now going to validate. We are going to validate. So for you to validate it, we use request validate. So we are going to validate the input. All right, so the first one that we have to validate, let's open the views and confirm it. Views admin password view. So the first one is current password. So copy this. That's the first form. This particular one we are going to validate it. So current password. So we'll go there. We'll just put it in between this curly brace, in between this double quotes, a single quote. Then we now put this. Then we now specify the rules. So it's going to be required, and after that it's going to be current password. All right, it's going to be current password. So this is it in Laravel 10. When you say current password, so that means the current password in the database. All right, then the last validation, which is password, that is this input here. You can see the second input, that is our new password. So password, then inside this password, this is the rule. It's also required. We need it. If person did not input it, there is going to be an error. Then confirm. So it need to confirm. That is another rule. Then the next rule is minimum of it is 8 characters. All right, so this is it. So it's going to be the password, new password, then it's going to be required, is going to confirm, and it's going to be the minimum character is 8 characters. So this confirm, that means it is going to check this password confirmation to see if it is same as this new password. So that is it. All right, so after this, now let's go and add the request. Request user, that is current user, update, that means to update. So what is it going to update? We are going to add it off now. So inside this we are going to update password. So we'll do this password bcrypt. We are going to use bcrypt. Bcrypt, that is a way of encrypting the password. which is inside this, which is also a function within Laravel, that is Laravel 10. So we say request password. All right, so that means this password, the one that we are going to use to update, so it is going to be decrypted, it is going to be encrypted. All right, so that is this. So after we do this, next we have to display error. So we are now going to display not error, we are going to display confirmation. So we can just copy this all things, then we'll now paste it at this place. Then after that, we'll now say congrats, password has been updated successfully. So we change this to password has been updated successfully. So click on save. All right, so next thing is we have to take this route name and add it up inside the form that is for the password. So this is going to be the route we are going to use. All right, then we don't need this enc type multi-data, we don't need it because we don't have anything like image. All right, so this is cool, this is okay. So now we can test it out and see. All right, so let's go, we'll refresh this page first. So our password is password, then the new password we can put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Then we'll also add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 for the confirmation. So we now click on save changes. Yes, you can see congrats, password has been successfully updated. All right, so you can see it's updated successfully. So let's assume we tried a wrong password. We also tried anything that we like, we just write it in the new and confirm password. When we click on save changes, so you can see it did not show us alert that the password has been updated. So that means something has happened. So we need to do a situation where we can see the error. So let's go and fix it. So you can see, if you remember, we did this something like this in the login. This is it here. You go to resources, builds, then we have auth, then login. So the login, we have this, you remember this. So let's copy this, that is if there is any error. So we'll go back to our view, we'll also add it up below the CSRF token. All right, so we can just do this. So now we are going to change the current password. That means if person did not put the correct password, so if error has current password, then error has current password here, it will display the error for us. Then if maybe the new password did not follow the criteria or did not align with the password confirmation, so also need to fix that. So if password has password, then we'll do this, right? So let's press Ctrl+S to save it. We'll now go and test it again. Let's refresh the page first. So now if I type anything here which is different from our current password, the password that we just updated, then we'll now type something different here also. So when I click on save, yes, you can see we say password is incorrect, password field confirmation does not match. So let's say now we put the correct password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Then we now put something different from this, ASDF. Then here we'll put something different also, ASDFG. Press save changes. You can see this is the current password is correct, but the password field confirmation does not match. So when we put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, then we now the new password we put something like ASDF. The confirm password will also put ASDF. When we say save changes, it still tells us that the password field must be at least 8 characters because we already specified that at the validation. We did validation, we say it must be 8 characters. So now when we use same things 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, Then here we type our original password of before we change it, that is password. Here also we use password. Then we click on save changes. Oh, we can see congrats, password has been updated successfully. Alright, so this is how you can update password. Alright, so see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to do same profile update we did in the admin to the user. So this is a regular user. We have to open the profile, that is to change the password and to change the name and picture and many other things. We also do for the logout. We already have the logout. We also do for the setting, that's to change the password. All right, so to do this, what we need to do now is let's go to the code section. So in the code section, you can see we have to create, first of all, a route for that. So let's go to the route web.php. So in the route, we have this, that is, we have these two we have these items. The first one, which is for the profile here, so have to copy this. We use it inside the user's group of routes. So let's paste this. So this is going to be user, then profile, and we can say user profile. All right, so let's go to the, this is going to be very easy because we already did it. It's same information. So we'll go to backend. We have admin backend and we also have user backend. So for the admin backend, we implement this profile. So what we need to do is this same profile function for the user. So we'll do this, come to this place. So now put public function, then open round bracket and close it. Then we are going to create a view, right? We are going to check a view. So when the profile is, this function is going to return view for us. So let's create the view. So resources, views, inside the admin, you can see we have profile, then view.blade.php. So likewise for the user, we are also going to create a folder. So we'll now say profile, and inside this folder we'll create a file. We'll say view.blade.php. all right, so this view.blade.php, we are going to open this one for the admin. So we'll copy everything from there. So we'll now go to the user profile, where this is user profile. So we'll now paste it inside here. All right, so this is very cool. So on what we have right now, you can see when we save the work here, we also save this work here. Now here we have to return the view. So we can say return view, then user profile view. All right, so make sure we put semicolon at the end. All right, so next is on the inside the user folder, that is the user view, we have section, then we also have header. So this header, we are now going to link it off. We have profile, that is my profile. So this is going to contain this. So we have to put route, then we'll now put profile. All right, so what we need to do now is let's just specify this accordingly. All right, so now what we have to do here is let's open the wave. This is the wave here. So the name of this is what is user profile, right? so just copy it. Then we'll now come back to the heading. We'll now use it like this. All right, so let's save this. So we also have to save this particular one. So let's go back to the, you refresh the page. So here on click, you can see user profile. So let's click on this. Yes, so you can see now we have the profile added, right? So this is user profile. All right, so it is showing us the name. So now we can be able to view profile. So when we click on this to load the image as we did earlier, it is also loading the image for us. All right, so this is very cool. This is very nice. All right, so now what we need to do next, what we have to do next is we have to update the profile with the image. Therefore, the image is going to be stored in the users table. All right, so see you in the next lecture. All right, so in this lecture we are going to update this user profile. So this is also same process as we did for the admin. So all we just need to do is, let's go to the web.php, that is the route. So we have this route here, this particular route, that is admin update profile. So this is the same route we are going to use. We just need to update it. So this is going to be user update profile. Then here is update profile inside the user controller. All right, so this is controller, this controller is user controller. Likewise here is also user controller. All right, and this is also going to be user controller. All right, then here we have update profile inside the user controller. Then this is user profile update. All right, so now what we have to do is, here we can see we have the update profile, right? The one that we do with the image. So let's do this. We can copy everything from here also, since we already do this. So we now come and paste it here. All right, so you can see we have name, phone, and image, right? The same way we have it at this place. We have name, phone, and also image. All right, so now that is this. Then after we do this, next thing to do is we have to take the route name, that is user profile update. We'll go to the view. We have to go to the user profile view. So this is not going to be admin profile update, it's going to be user profile update. All right, so this is very cool, very easy. All right, so now we have to save this file as well. All right, so we can say user profile has been updated successfully. All right, so this is very cool. So now this is just set. Let's try it out and see. So we have to refresh the page first. So we refresh the page. Next, we are going to add a number. Let's say 1 2 3 4. This is the phone number, 5 6 7 8. You can use any number. Then we now select picture. So let me select this picture. All right, so we'll click on save changes. All right, so now on this particular one, we also have some little thing to fix, that is inside the user controller, which is the auth. So also paste the same error the other time. So for you to fix it, you remember we added these two files at the top. We add this auth, we also add the file. So we now copy this, go to this place, so also paste it. All right, then click on save to save this. So let's go back. So click on this to refresh. Let's submit it again. Yes, you can see user profile has been updated successfully. So this user has been updated successfully. So we have everything that we need on this particular item. So we have successfully updated this user. All right, so do not forget to leave review, very good review for this. Let's help us out. Thank you. See you in the next lecture. If you have any question, you are free to drop your questions. All right, so see you in the next lecture. All right, so in this lecture we are now going to work with the change password. So we need to make changes here. You can see this profile. When we click on it, it is opening admin profile. So we need it to be user profile. So to do this, let's just go to the pages. All right, we have the resources view, then we have this resource user, then we have profile view. So this view here, we are going to use what? We are going to use user dashboard. That is this dashboard here. So we have to say user dashboard. All right, so when we do this, we'll now click on save to save it. So let's refresh it. We'll definitely see some changes, and we are going to work on the changes. All right, so you can see here we did not see the picture anymore, right? All right, so to do this, to work with the picture and get whatever things we need, first of all, we have to go back to we have the section, we have header, right? So inside the header, we are going to display the image. We have to display our image from the user. So you can see we have to copy this. Let's copy this. All right, so this is the image. We'll just do this. So we now do this asset, then open, then we'll now add this. All right, so here we are going to use image. So let's save it. So let's go and refresh it again. All right, so now currently we have to. All right, so I'm displaying the image here. It's supposed to be this particular image. We are coming to this where we are going to use logo for it. So let's go to the code again. All right, so here, this particular place, I'll just cut this from here. All right, so now this is the profile image. So this is where we are going to use the image like this. Save it. Then we'll now go and refresh the page. Yes, we have this. So next, when we click on this, you can see profile. So it's supposed to be user profile. When we click on user profile, yes, we are at the user profile. Then we have this for setting. So we have to change this also. So for setting, this is the setting link here. So you can say password or change password. You can just put password. All right, so since it is something that relates to the user, so password. Then here we can now put link. So you remember for the head of the admin here, we use the password. You can see this is the change password, so we use admin password update. So this time around we are going to use user password update. So before we use the user password update, we have to make sure that we set the route. So come to this place. This is the user route here. So we can copy this also. We can copy this. First it here, we can say user password. So user password, user update password. Then here is update password. Then here is also user password update. So let's copy this route name. Remember, this is user controller. So we are going to use user controller. So let's copy this. So after we copy this, we will now come to the header, which is for the user. Then we'll now do this. We'll specify the route. We'll paste everything inside. All right, so this is very cool. So next thing to do is we will now take this update password. We'll go to the user controller. This is the user controller here. So we will now view the update password. So this is what we do. We say public function update password. All right, so now we have to set the view that we need it to display for us. All right, so the view is there. You can see in the admin we have password, right? So we have to also create a password folder in the user. All right, so we have to create a password folder. So user, we click on this password, then we'll create a file inside. We give it a name of view.blade.php. all right, so what we do to make things easier, we'll just come to this place, we'll copy everything from this, that is it. Now we'll now come to this view, we'll now paste it. All right, so remember this is going to be user dashboard. All right, so now that is it. All right, so we have now create the view. So let's click on save to save this. So now we can preview these changes. So let's refresh this page. Or click on this password, we click on user update password. You can see it is telling us that user update password does not exist. So why we have this error is because when we come to the user controller, this is users controller here. So in the users controller we have update password, so we have to return view. All right, so for it to return view, we just say return view. So the view we are going to return is user password view. So we'll now put semicolon at the end. Press Ctrl+S to save it. So we'll now go and refresh the page. Yes, so you can see now we have user update password is now open for us. All right, so this is how we can easily fix this. All right, so this is where we are going to stop. In the next lecture, we will now implement the update password for the user. In this lecture, we are going to check and make sure that the update password is working properly for the user. So to do that, let's go to our code. We'll go to the web.php. So now the last route that we have to take, we can take this route like this. All right, so this is a post route. So this is going to be user store password. This is user controller. Then we have this as user password store. All right, so that is this. So now next thing to do is we have to create this function. So we already have it in the user admin in the admin controller. So let's copy it from the admin controller. We'll now come back to the user, we'll now paste it here. All right, that is store password. So all the input here, you can say user password has been updated. So everything that we did here is same things. The input and everything are same on the user password update. All right, so now as we did this, next thing to do is we have to copy this route. We'll copy it. So we'll now go to the view, user password view. All right, so the form, this is the form here. So we'll now update this to user password store. All right, so now click on save to save it. So that is all. Then here we also need to save this. All right, we take this current password from this view, that is the current password. Then we also take the password from that same view, which is password, right? So that is it. And here we now decrypt the password, that is to encrypt it. So if everything went well, we will now use toast success, user password has been updated. Then it will say congrats. All right, so now let's test this out and see how it works. So now let's go there. We'll refresh the page first. So our password for the user is password. So let's just put something wrong, and here we also put something wrong. So let's try to save it. So you can see the password is incorrect. Password field confirmation does not match. So let's put correct password. All right, so now we'll now put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Here also 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Let's try to make changes. Yes, you can see congrats, user password has been updated successfully. All right, so let's change it back. The current password now is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. New password, we want to restore our password, that is password. And here also password. I will click on save. Yes, you can see user password has been updated successfully. Alright, so here we have come to the end of this lecture. Do not forget to leave review, very nice review for this lecture. Thank you. If you have any question, you are free to ask the question. In this lecture, we are going to load all the users of this application. So that means when we come to the database, we have a users table. So in the users table, we can be able to allow admin to see all the users, both the admin, that is those with the role of admin, and those with the role of user. So from that, we can be able to allow admin to update users status. Instead of user, that person can be admin. So let's start with the designing. Here we have user. We need to make it a drop down like this. So for we to do that, all we just need to do, we have to go back to the code. So in the code, we'll go to the resources, views, then inside it we have admin, and we have section, then this is sidebar. So in the sidebar, we have to, you can see we have only user here. So let's just copy this whole code here. We'll copy this, we'll now paste it inside this place. Then we'll change this, instead of product, this is going to be users. So you can say user management. Let's say user management. We'll call it users. It's just going to be very easy. So now inside the user, we have these two items. So this is going to be all users. Here we can put something like, all right, so we already have this. All right, so that is cool. So let's just remove this particular one. So let's press Ctrl+S to save it. Let's preview it. So you can see, when we click on the drop down, we can see all users. All right, so that is for this. The next item to do, we have to deal with the process of fetching the user. So for we to do that, we need to create a route. So to create a route, we have to go to route folder, waves. So inside the wave, here you can see we have all our code. We need to create a controller for that. So to create a controller, we already know how to do that. We have to go to our project folder. So inside the project folder, we'll now open it into command prompt. So let me open the project folder. All right, this is loan. So we'll say cmd to open it in command prompt. So as we open it in command prompt, now we are going to create a controller for the users. So php artisan make controller inside backend folder slash, we'll create another folder inside backend folder for all admin controllers. So slash admin, then slash users controller. All right, so just hit enter after this. Yes, so the controller is created. So let's check it out and see. So we'll go back to the folder. This is app, this is control, http controllers backend. Then we can see new folder, which is admin. Then here we have users controller inside. So this is very nice. So what we have to do is let's add this controller into web, that is into web URL, that is web route. So let's copy this whole codes like this. We'll paste it below. Then after the backend, we'll put slash, then admin. Then inside the admin, we have users controller. All right. So now we have this users controller. So when we do this, we have to utilize this users controller. So to do that, let's copy the controller name, which is users. So inside the admin, we have to go down. So below, we will now add that route. So it's going to be a view route. So it is supposed to be a get route. All right. So this is it here. The route is here, then the method is get. So this is going to be admin. Then we'll call the controller all. That is the route all users. Then the controller name is users controller. So we have to update it here. Then here we can call it all users, the name of the method, all users. And here we can say admin all users, that is the name of the route. All right, so that is cool. So now after we do this, let's go and create a function inside this users controller with the name of all users. So copy this. This is users controller. Inside here, we'll now do this. We say public function. All right, so function here we have C. So public function, open round bracket and close it. Then hit go down. So we are going to return view. So we did not create the view yet. So we are going to create the view yet. So let's create the view. We go to resource, views, then inside admin, we are going to create a folder. Inside that admin view, we'll call it users. All right. So anything that relates to users is going to be there. So admin users. So the first item we are going to create inside the users, we'll say all users. So all underscore users dot blade dot php. So all users dot blade dot php. So that is what we are going to create. So now we can be able to link it up in our function. So say return view, open round bracket, close it. Then the view is going to be admin. Inside admin folder, then inside users folder, then the name of the file is all users. All right, then we'll now click this. All right, so now we can be able to view all the users. All right, so as we did this, now let's what we have done currently. So now let's now make this button, that is this particular button here. When we click on this link, it should show all the users page for us. All right, so to do that, what we have to do first is we need to come to the web URL here. We'll copy this route name, then we'll now come back to the sidebar. So we'll come to the sidebar where there is the link all users. All right, so we'll just remove this, add open and close double quote, then we have route, open round bracket, close, and the route is admin all users. So we'll now save this. All right, so when we do this, we'll go back and refresh the page. All right, so when we refresh it, then we can be able to test it out and see. All right, so click on this, then click on all users. So now we click on all users, you can see admin users does not exist. That is here in the web URL. You have to check this. All right, so that is a typo error. This is where we have the problem. Let's go to web. So in the web, there is it here, admin. It's supposed to be admin. All right, so let's save it and we'll go back. So you can see now all users is loaded, but we don't have any content. So that means we have to add content into this all users. Currently it's empty. So first of all, we need to extend this admin dashboard, right? So we will now do this, extend admin dashboard. All right, so after we do that, then we'll now add a section. So section, the section should be close and open and close. Then we're going to put content. So we'll save this. We'll now go back, we'll refresh it. When we refresh it, we can see our dashboard is loaded. So next thing is we are going to add content into this dashboard. So where we are going to add the content is going to be between this section. So to add the content inside this section, what we need to do is we are going I have a file. This is the file. I'm going to add it up for you to use it. So the file is here. This is it here. So what we'll do, I'll open it inside the VS Code. We'll open it in restricted mode. Alright, so first of all, I have a CSS, so you can add CSS directly into your style. So this CSS, I'm going to explain why we added there. Alright, so here we can add the CSS at this place. Then after that, we will now add the table. So to add the table, what we need to do is we'll come back to this particular place here. We can see this whole div. We'll minimize it and copy it all. I'm going to add this file for you to download. So now below this CSS, we'll now add it like this. All right, so press Ctrl+S to save it. So let's go back and check it out and see how it looks like. Yes, so here we are able to see our table, right? Users management. So this is a default data. You can see it from here. We have the data here. These are all default data. That's just a sample data. So later on we are going to load. So on this view, you can see when you switch it like this, you can make the current user an admin. So that's what we are going to implement. So before we do that, we are going to load all the users in this table. All right, so see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to load the users from database. We are going to load them off into this particular page. All right, so for you to begin that, all we need to do first is we have to go back to the code. This code here, the controller, we are going to import users model. All right, so model, this is it here. We have models, so we are going to import this users model. This is what used to communicate with the database and application. So use app, the model is inside app folder. You can see app here, right? App, then we have model. So we have to specify first, use app, then models, then user. So the name of the model, you can see it is user. All right, so we now put semicolon at the end. All right, so after you do that, next is we have to come back to this point. We are going to create a variable that will hold all the users that we page. So we can call it user. You can call it any name. So we can say users, let's say users is equals to user, that is our user model, the one that we just imported now, then latest. So if you want to fetch all the records, this is what you use, user latest, then we'll now say get, open round bracket and close it, and you now put semicolon at the end. All right, so after that we are going to compact this. So this is it here. Initially you don't have this particular point. This is how it was. So you just put comma, then we put compact, or full round bracket and close. Then we are going to compact users, this same name. So when we do this, so we can now be able to view it in this page. So that is it for this section. So next we'll go back to the all users page. So in the all users page, at this point, this is the header. So now inside the T body, that is the table body, we have to now start creating something that will bring it out for us. So for we to do that, let's use for each loop. We are going to use for each loop. So add for each. So we'll call it users, that is the name, users as, then user. So we can say as, we can say key, then we do this and say user. All right, so that is it. So now inside this particular one here, we need to cut it from here. When we cut it out, then we can now paste it below this particular one. All right, below this tr. There is open table row and there is the closing table row. So below the closing table row, we'll paste it here. All right, so that is it. So when we do this, next thing to do here is we have to, this serial number is not supposed to be 1, so we do something like this, open curly brace like this, close it. Then inside this curly brace, we'll now say add key, the key variable we created at the top, then plus 1. So this will automatically set all the keys for us. All right, so let's say Control plus S, it will automatically set the serial number. So let's say Control plus S will save this. Let's go there and preview it. So you can see we have 3 records already in our table, 1, 2, 3. So likewise here, 1, 2, 3. It's repeating this, but we have to change this to our original information from the database. All right, so this is it. So now here we are going to remove this also. So this is going to be user, that is this particular user here, this user. So we are going to use it here. So user, what, the name of our field is name. All right, so it's some small letter name. All right, so save it. I'll come back to this place, you refresh it, you can see all the names are going to be here. All right, then now we are going to do for the remaining items, email, user also, user type also. So let's go back to there. So we can just make things easy. We just come back to this place. So the second item in our table is name, then email. All right, so in our database it's written name then email as well. All right, so this is name, then we have email. After email, then the next item, which is user type. So in the database, the way it is here is role. You can see it's role, so we are going to use role. So name, then here we also paste it, then we'll now say role. So this is cool. You can see name, email, user type, that is the role. All right, so now we'll click on save to save it. So let's go there and preview this. So refresh it again. Yeah, we can see we have all our emails, then we have the user type. So we have only one admin, all the other ones, they are all users. And you can see this record, the last record, which is number 3 here, it appears to be the first record. So this code that is on in our function where we say user latest get, so this is going to get it in descending order. All right, so that means the last item is going to be at the top, and that's the best way to bring records out. All right, therefore you can be able to see the latest records. All right, so now this is how we can easily load data from our information. Right, this is the way you can be able to load it from the database. All right, so in the next lecture we are going to change we are going to change the status of any user to admin. All right, so let's stop at this moment. In the next lecture we'll continue with that. In this lecture we are going to do in such a way that the moment this page is loaded, that is this particular page is loaded, so if user is an admin, this checkbox is supposed to remain checked. So to do that, we have to go to our views, that is all views here. Then here you can see it's inside a checkbox. All right, so inside this checkbox we have to do something like this. We can open curly brace and close it, that is 2 times. Then we'll now open a round bracket and close it. Then we'll now say user, then the user table. In the user table, that is what we are dealing with, role, right? So we have to say role. So user role is equals to admin. We are going to use a ternary operation. All right, so outside this we'll now open we'll just put question mark. Then if the user is admin, so that checkbox should be checked. All right, then else we'll now put some colon. Then we'll now put this. So when we do this, we are now telling this checkbox that if the role is admin, it should be checked, otherwise it will remain unchecked. So let's save this and refresh the page. Yes, you can see this user as admin. Anytime that we load this, for example, anytime that we load this particular page, this is admin, so it will be remain checked. All right, so this is it. In this lecture we are going to implement the delete function. So let's begin it. We are going to close all this. We'll now minimize this as well. So first thing to do, we are going to create a route. So let's go to the route. We have wave. So inside the route, in the admin, below this we are going to create a delete route. So this delete route will create it like this. So admin delete, then we'll now press inside a curly brace, we'll now add user. So this is it. So after this we'll now give comma. We are going to use users controller, so we have to add the controller and also add the function that we are going to create. So the name of the function, we can say delete user. So now we are going to give this route a name. So the name of the route is delete user. All right, so that is all. At the end we'll make sure that we put semicolon. So now this is how you can create the route. All right, so the next thing to do is we are going to add this function into our users controller. All right, we are going to add it. So let's go to controller. Users controller is here, so we'll now create that function. So this is public function. Then this is going to be, we are going to specify we are going to specify parameters. So we'll say user. Here we use user. All right, so inside we are now going to open this curly brace, so we are going to use this user. All right, so now after we do this user variable that we just created for the user, we just copy it here, then we now call delete. So we are going to delete this. All right, so that is all. So when we do this, next thing to do is we are going to return and redirect to our page. All right, so you remember we are in this page, right? All right, so we are going to return and redirect. So we can use this admin controller, that is our admin controller. Let's just copy this. So now paste it here. So this success, we can say user deleted successfully. So user deleted successfully, congrats. Then return and redirect back. All right, so that is for this particular one. So now next thing to do after this is we are going to the button. So we have to go to the view. So where is the view? We have to go to resources, views, then admin. Inside admin we have users, then all users. So we have a button. This is the button here. So in this button, what we need to do is we have to make sure that we create a form. All right, we are going to create a form above this button. So that is it here, form. Then the action of this form, we are going to add double curly brace like this. Then route, we are going to call a route. We are going to link it to a route, this. Then the route we are going to link is the name of the route that we just created, which is delete user. You can see the route here, delete user. So you can just copy this. All right, so after that, which user are we going to delete? We'll now give comma. So we'll now include this user here. We can copy this user, we'll add it up here like this. Then we'll now put ID. We have to delete it by ID. All right, so that is all. Now this form is going to be, the method of it is going to be post method. All right, so that is all about this. What we need to do next is the closing bracket of this form. We have to cut it from here. We'll place it below the button. All right, we'll paste it at this place. So that is this. And after this we always have to use CSR token. So CSRF token is there. All right, so now after that we can also add method, the method of this, which we are going to use delete. So you can just include delete like this. All right, so the last thing here to do is, now we have to, this button we have to put the type. So you can say button type is going to be submit. It's going to be a submit button. All right, so this is cool. So make sure you save all the files. Also save this file as well. All right, so now let's test it out and see how the outcome is. We have to refresh this first. So we have to log in again. It just happens like this because I recently opened it. All right, so put password. So you just log in. All right, so now we have this. Okay, so on having this, now let's click on delete. Let's say we want to delete this user, that is this particular user here. So just click on delete. Yes, you can see congrats, user deleted successfully. So this is how we can delete the user. All right, so that is all on this lecture. We'll continue with the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to add a confirmation prompt. That means whenever a user wants to delete the user. When admin want to delete a user, so it's supposed to show confirmation before it is deleted. Therefore, the information is not going to be deleted by mistake. So we can use JavaScript to do that. We can also use a package which is called Sweet Alert. So let's open Sweet Alert. You just go to Google, type Sweet Alert, type Sweet Alert 2, then click on this to open it. So this is Sweet Alert. This is the link. All right. So now how do we do it? We can install it by the use of npm. We can also install it with this. So you can right click on this, open a new tab. So this is it here. We can copy this JS. We'll copy the URL. We'll add it up into our program. So to use it in all over our program, we can just go to admin folder. Then we have the index. This is backend. We'll come back to the views here. So in the views we have this dashboard. All right, so in the dashboard we'll go to the top. We'll include it inside this. So this is what this is JS. So we have to include it in form of script. So we can say script. Then here we'll indicate the source of the script. Then we'll add this off. All right, so that is for the script. Then we can also go back and copy the CSS. This is the CSS here. So you can copy it directly like this. So we'll go back to there. The CSS should be, add the CSS here also. All right, so now you can just right click and click on format. All right, so that's it here. Let's just keep it to be in same line. This also should be in the same line like this. All right, so now we have added this. So next thing to do is we can now go to the button and modify the button a bit. All right, so before we go to the button, let me show you. When you come back to the Sweet Alert, that is this particular place here, you can see the usage of it. So the usage, this example, you click on this first item. We'll now go and select for delete. That means if item is going to, we can use any of this. When you click on try, you can see this is the sample. So we are going to use this particular one. All right, so to use it, all we just need to do is we have to go back to this. Where is our views? This is our button. So this button we are going to add on click listener, because that Sweet Alert is JavaScript. So we'll come back to, after the type submit, we'll now put on click. So the on click, we can give the function name as confirm delete. All right, so open round bracket, then we now open double, we add two open and close curly braces. So we now add this, that is user ID. This particular user ID here, we'll just add it. All right, so after we add this user ID, that is all for this. So next, below this, or we can go to our dashboard. We'll now add script that is below this particular one. So we'll type script, open and close script. That means we want to add JavaScript. So we'll now create a function. So the function name is confirm delete. That is the function we want to use in this place. You can see. So this is going to be the function name. So the function name confirm delete. We'll paste it like this. Open round bracket, close it. We'll now give it a parameter. We'll call it user ID. After that, we'll now open this and close it, something like this. All right, so now next thing to do, let's go back to the Sweet Alert. We say we want to use this, so let's copy this. We'll copy it. We'll now come back and paste it inside this place. So let's arrange it a bit. All right, so now you can see you want to are you sure? Let's say we can change the message to confirm delete. That's the title, confirm delete. All right, so here we can say, are you sure you want to delete this user? We can ask a question here. Are you sure you want to delete this user? We ask a question for confirmation. All right, so the icon of the icon is going to be a warning icon. Then after that, we will now leave everything the way it is. Here you can say yes, delete it. We can leave it as this. Then if the operation went successful, it will show deleted. Then your file has been deleted. This is what is going to display for us. All right, so we now come to this point here. So if result is confirmed, that means when we say yes, delete, so we have to now tell what is going to happen at this point here. So what we need to do now is we have to give form an ID. That is this particular form, we have to give it an ID. All right, the form where we are submitting, we have to give it an ID. So this is the form that we are going to use to submit. All right. All right, so the ID on this form, it is going to be what is going to trigger the action. So place the ID inside here. We can add this something like this. Now specify the ID. So the ID, we can call it delete form. This is the ID. All right, so we'll now save this. So copy this ID. This is the ID here. So we'll now come back to the suite alert. So inside this suite alert, we are now going to add it up into the JavaScript. So what we have to do is we will now say document dot get element by ID. So what ID? We will now paste the ID, that is delete form. So after that, we will now say plus user ID, that is this user ID here. So we'll say plus user ID. All right, so after that, we'll now put dot submit. All right, then we'll do this. All right, so this is cool. So after we do this, then it will now display this message for us. All right, so that is all we have to do. So what we have to do now is let's give it a try. So we'll go to the page, let's refresh it. We'll refresh this. I have to make sure that all the codes are saved. So when they are saved, we can now come back and refresh. So we want to delete this user. So click on delete. You can see it shows. So you can see it just deleted the item without we clicking. So let's confirm, let's update it. Let's now make sure that we stop it from doing that. We have to click on button before it remove it. All right, so to fix this error, what we have to do is that we already have our list here. So what we have to do is that first of all, we'll go to the display, that is the page that is displaying the record. This form, we have to remove it exactly from this button. We have to remove it from the form. So cut it from here. Let's put it above the form. All right, therefore when we click on it, only the JavaScript can submit the information. All right, so now it is at the top. So after that, you can see here delete form. So in front of the delete form ID, we are going to also specify the user ID with the variable, that means the page user ID. Then here we have the action. The action is here, which is route delete user, then user ID after comma, then the method is post. So that is on this. Then next we'll go back to the dashboard. The dashboard here, the script, let's call the script inside. We'll cut it from here. We'll call the JavaScript at the bottom of the page. That is after this, we'll just paste it at this place. All right, so no, sorry, this is, I did not copy the JavaScript. The JavaScript is there at the top. All right, this is JavaScript. So Ctrl X to cut it from here. So now go down, we'll go down and paste it below this particular one. All right, so let's save this. Then also we make sure that your code is exactly like this. If result is confirmed, So document.get element by id delete, that is for the delete form id. This is the id of the form, this is the id delete form, right? So we are going to use it here also. You can see delete form, then user id, then submit. All right, so that is all. So this script, I'm going to add it in a script file where you can just copy it and paste if you don't want to type it. So when we do this, so at the end, let's try it out and see. So I will refresh the page again. So this user, you can see when we remove the button from the form, when we remove this button from inside the form, so we are able to see the design. That is, we have view user, then we have our delete user here. So let's try to delete this user as well. So I'll just click on delete. So you can see this time around it's not submitting automatically. Confirm delete. Are you sure you want to delete? When I say yes, nothing will happen. When I click on delete, I say yes, so you can see the file is deleted successfully. Alright, so here we have come to the end of this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to implement the use of this view detail. So that means when we click on this view detail, it should now display the details of this particular user for us. All right, so to do that, all we just need to do is we need to create a route. So we are going to create a route. This is our wave.php. Let me close everything. All right, so we'll now come to the route. We'll come to the wave.php. So inside the web.php, we are going to create a route. So the route we are going to create is going to be a get route. All right, so we'll now type route, then it's a get route, open round bracket, close it. Now we'll now open this, so we can say admin slash, we can use user slash, then detail, because we are going to get the user's detail. Then it's going to be we are going to get it by id, so we'll now put id. All right, so when we do this, we'll now put comma at this place. So we are going to utilize the user controller. So let's copy this, we'll paste it at this place. So here is going to be user detail. All right, so after this, here we'll now put the name of the route, open round bracket, close it. So we'll now call it user detail. All right, so after that, we'll now put semicolon at the end. So this is the first stage. The second stage is we are going to create a function. This function, we are going to create it inside the controller. So we'll open the controller first. The controller is inside backend, inside admin folder, users here. So this is it. You have to copy this. We'll come to the controller. So in the controller, we'll put public function, open round bracket and close it. Then here we'll open curly brace and close it. All right. All right, so inside this, we are going to add a parameter, that is id parameter. All right, so here we are now going to create a variable. We'll call it user, then is equals to, we are going to use this user model. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it at this place. Then we'll do this, then we'll now say find or fail, open round bracket and close it. So we are going to find this id here. All right, so we'll now put it at this point. So next we'll now put semicolon, then enter. Next we are going to return a view. So the view we are going to return, we did not even create the view. So let's go to the views. We have route, resources, view, then admin. Inside admin we have user folder. So let's create the view from here. So we can call it detail, detail.blade.php. all right, so now this detail.blade.php, that's what we are going to call at this place. So say return view Then inside we have admin dash users, then detail. All right, so we'll now give comma. After that, we'll concatenate it, open round bracket, close it, then we are going to concat user. All right, then we'll put semicolon at the end. So this is all about this particular one. So next thing to do, we are going to design this view, that is the detail. So we have the detail here. First, we have to extend the admin. So we'll say at extend admin dashboard. All right, so after this, we'll now go down, we'll now add sections. So add section with end and close. So the section is going to be content like this. All right, as we did earlier. So that is what we want to do. So now we can save this file. All right, so we are done with this stage. Okay, so the next thing to do is we are now going to link this route to the button, that is this particular button. So this particular button is in the users all users file, this all users. So you can see it here, right? This is the button which says view detail. So this button, we can just change the link to anchor tag. So a href, then here we will now change this also to anchor tag. So when we save it, nothing will change. All right, nothing will change. You can see it, it is now an anchor tag. So what we have to do is we are now going to, inside this, we open round bracket, curly brace, open and close 2 times. After that, we are now going to call the route. So the route we are going to call is users detail. That is this route that we created, this route. So let's just copy this route exactly the way it is. So we'll now come to this place. Here we'll put single quote, then paste the route. Then after that, after the route, we give comma. Then we'll now add user. Then we can say ID. All right. So now we save this. Okay. So now when we do this, let's check out and see what we did. Let's refresh this. So we'll now click on view. Let's start with the user here. We click on view. Yeah, it opens this. This is admin user detail. The ID of this user is 10. So now we don't see anything here. So as usual, there is a file that we are going to use. This is users detail. I'm going to attach it to this lecture. So I'm going to open this file in VS Code. So the file is open. I'm going to take away this div. So I'll copy everything from here. I'll come back to the detail and I'll paste it at this place. All right. So after we do this, we'll now go back to the page and refresh it. We definitely need to see something around here. All right. So what we have to do is we have to comment this first. So the button, this is the button with the div. So let's comment it out. So we'll do this. We'll now say comment. So now it's commented out. So we can only see these details. So now we are going to bring all the details of that user into these placeholders. So to do that, here we are going to call this. So we'll just do something like this. Open curly brace, close them. Then we'll say this user name. So let's save this. We'll now refresh this. Yes, you can see we have the user's name. Then let's also add the image. So remove everything from here. So we'll do this. The image is inside asset folder. Then inside the asset folder, we are now going to call our user variable. Then we are now going to say image. Then let's save this also. Let's preview it and see. Yeah, we have the image here. Then after this, we can just copy this exactly the way it is. We'll now add it up here. Then we'll say what? Role. All right, then here we can save this also. Let's preview it. We are doing this, therefore we can have all the records. You can see this is a user. So next we have the other users record. In the database, when we check it, you can see we have phone number, email, then status. So let's refresh this. You can see we have status, role, email, and phone number. So remember these 3 items. So these 3 items, what we need to do is we are going to, we have the user's detail here. So below this user's detail, we will now remove this. So here we are going to use, just copy everything from here. So paste it at this place. So here we will now add email like this. So here it should be, let's use H4. Here also we use H4, or yeah, H4 is okay. So this place now we'll call the user's email. So we'll do this, user email. So let's refresh this again. Yeah, we have the user email here. So we can copy this and paste it into many times. So copy this, paste. So this should be user phone, then user status. All right, so now let's refresh this. Yeah, we have the user's detail at this place. All right, so this user's detail, let's just put it inside underline. So underline it. We can now copy this and paste it inside. Cut it from here, then paste it inside. Let's save this. Then we'll now refresh everything. Yeah, so we have the user's detail. These are the user's detail. Then here this thing is inactive. This inactive we can also we can use underline. We can be able to separate it because it's very important. We are going to use it in the future. All right, so something like this. Then click on this. All right, so now when we refresh it, you can see we are able to see the user's detail. If we go back to user, all users, we'll come back to this admin, we'll click on it. We can also be able to see the admin detail. All right, so this is how we can paste the records and view it for a particular user. In the next lecture, we are going to work on this switch. The moment we switch, we can be able to make user to be an admin also. See you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to work on this toggle. All right, the moment we toggle, it's supposed to update the user to admin. All right, so to do that, the first thing to do is we need to create a route. So we're going to the route. So this is where we are going to create the route. So we start with this as usual, route. Then the type of this route is going to be post route, because we are going to post information into the database. So after that, we'll put around bracket and close it. We'll put this. Then here we will now put admin, then slash, we can say user, then slash. We are going to also use ID, that is for that particular user. After that, we'll now put this. Then we can, let's say, call it toggle role. All right, we are going to toggle the role. All right, so when we do this, next we'll just put comma. After we put comma, we can just copy this exactly the way it is and paste it, because we are using same controller. So the name of this is going to be toggle. You can keep it any name as usual. So it's going to be toggle role. All right, so after we do this, next thing to do is we are going to give this a name as usual. All right, so the name, we can use something like user dot toggle role. So after this, we'll now put semicolon at the end. So now we have created the route. So let's save this. We'll now copy this. We are going to create a function for it inside the controller. So let's come down here. We'll now put public function toggle role. All right. So as we are creating the function, this is how the function is going to look like. Request is also going to be request because it's coming from form. Then after that, we'll give comma. The request also come with ID. All right. So that is all. So when we do this, next we'll just open curly brace and close the curly brace. So we are going to create a user variable. Is equals to, this is also going to be find or fail. So you can just copy this exactly the way it is. I already explained this to you. Then paste it here. Then you go down. When we go down now, next we are going to say user role. Remember, we have role, and that is what we want to change in the database. Here you can see we have the role, so we want to change the role. All right, so we'll do like that. So user role, then we are going to say is equals to, open round bracket and close it. Then we can say request has, then request has what? Request has role. So we check to see the request has role. That means we are now trying to refer to the details. This is the all users detail. So the toggle is here. You can see the checkbox here, right? So we need to give it a name. So we'll now say name is equals to role. All right. So we have to this. So when we do this now, we can be able to use it properly at this point. All right. So requests have name. After we do this, so next we have to go front here. So does it have name? We open this. This is a ternary operation. So we now put admin. After this, we now give column. Then we now put another role, which is user. Then after that, we now put semicolon at the end. All right. So when we do this, next we have to just do user dot save and open round bracket and close this. All right. So that is all about this. So we don't have much problem here. So we can just save this thing that we just did. So the next thing is we have to go to the, but before, you can see here we have a simple error that we need to fix. We say user role is equals to the request has. We need to put has here. All right. So request has what? Request has user role. So after this, we now open this question mark, then admin, then we have user at the end. All right. All right. So you just press Ctrl+S. It will save everything, and you don't have any error. So after we do this, next we have to return and redirect. But before we return and redirect, let's just display toast telling us that user updated. So we can say user role updated successfully. Congrats. All right. So after this, we can say return and redirect. Right. Return and redirect back. So just put it down here. All right. So I already explained this to you. Then you now save this. Okay. So that is all about this. All right. So now the last thing to do, we have to go to the all users. So this is where the work is. This is where we are going to update the remaining things. Okay. So to update everything here we need to add a form. All right. So the action of the form is going to be, we have to open curly brace, open and close. then the route, open round bracket also, and close this. Then here we'll now say user, the name of the route, that is for the toggle. So you can see user toggle role, that is the name of the route. Then before we go out here, we'll now specify and say what user ID. So it's going to be user ID. All right. Then after we do this, we should not forget that we have to add the method of the form, which is first method. All right. So that is all about this. Next, we'll copy this closing tag of the form. We'll cut it from here. We'll now place it below this level here. All right. So let's just give this a tab. This is well arranged. Okay. So now, after we do this, next thing to do is we already have this, right? So we have, all right, so we should not forget that this place we need to add the CSRF token. So we just put CSRF. All right. So now save this. All right. So now on doing this, next thing to do is in this input, we now, that is the input, we are now going to add on change. So we can say on change. So the on change is going to be this dot, that will now put form like this, then dot submit. All right. Then you open this open round bracket and close it. So this will submit the form. All right. So let's save this. So after you save it now, let's go and try it out and see. So we can just go back to this. This is the page. Let's refresh it. So as we refresh it, we are going to try on this, that is for the admin. So we will just click on it. You can see our page is rolling. You can see congrats, role updated successfully. You can see it automatically changes to admin. So when we come to this place also, we refresh it, you can see this user is also an admin. All right. So this is how we can easily change the role. All right. So that is cool. So when we preview this now, you can see the role is also an admin. All right. So that is very cool. All right. So see you in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, what we did is we were able to change the role of the user from user to admin. So you remember when we toggle back, it will automatically change the user role to user. If we toggle again, it will automatically update the user to admin. All right. So now let's toggle again to change it back to user. So let's click on view to view this. So what we need to now change is, you can see this should not be email. We have to adjust it. So I know maybe by now you would have adjusted from your section there. So here is going to be phone. Then this particular place is going to be status. All right, that is either active or inactive. So let's save this. So you now come to this place. Let's refresh it. Very nice. So here you can see the status is inactive. So what we have to do now is we are going to work on it, where since we have two options, either active or inactive, so it should now, just same way we have it for the user, we have user, either user or admin. So here we also have active or inactive. So we can easily activate this user from this user profile. So to do that, let's just come to this point here. You can see user detail page. So this user's detail page, we have to work here. So this is all user. We can be able to utilize the use of the toggle also to make things easier for us. You can see this is the toggle, so you can be able to make use of it also. So to use it, this is all user. So in the all user, what we can do here is we have this toggle that's for this. So we can just copy this completely, that is this form. Let's just copy it for the toggle. So come back to this place. You can see where this div is, right? So just cut this div here, also remove the comment. Then let's remove this. So after we remove it, inside now, we can be able to paste the form. All right, so as we paste the form, you also come back to this all users. This is for toggle, that is the CSS for toggle. So you can also copy this whole CSS from here, come to details here, and you now also paste it at this point. Then let's save it. So let's go back and click on this view user. Yeah, you can be able to see, you can see we have the toggle, but we are not going to use it now. We have to add some little details. So in this place where we paste it inside this div, let's add a bold, then we can say activate, or we can say, yeah, change status. So let's save this, then we'll now refresh the page like this. Yeah, you can see change status. So now to change the status, we need to modify everything from here. So here we have to also, same process we followed the other time. You can see this place here. Let's just copy this all route, because they also look almost exactly same. So we just need to change admin user toggle status. We can say toggle status. All right, then here is also going to be toggle status. All right, then this is also going to be user toggle status. All right, so now let's save this. So next thing is we have to come back to the controller. This whole things we can just copy it exactly like this. This is very easy, and save it here. So next we can now, the name of our function is toggle status. So let's copy toggle status from here, then we'll now paste it at this place. All right, so when we do this, next we're also going, this is okay, we don't need to remove everything. Then user status, the name of our table, the name of our column is status. You can see it here, status. All right, so this status, that's what we are going to use also. So we come to this place, user status. All right, then here the name, when we come to the details here, the name here is also going to be status. Yes, status. So you can copy this. That's what we are going to change at this point here. So user has status, that is the request. Then the two items are, user can be active. So if user is active, change it to inactive. These are the two items we have inside this. You can see we have active, then we also have inactive. All right, so that is it, either active or inactive. Then here we can say the toast should show us that user status updated successfully. All right, so that is cool. So now let's come back to the detail. Here you can see it's supposed to be, we are going to use this function, this route name, toggle status. So let's copy this. The details is here. So where is toggle status? We have to change it to this place, toggle status. All right, then user ID, then it's post also, then the name is status also. Then here you can see we either have two things, either it should be active or inactive. All right, so if it is active, then or inactive. All right, so this is supposed to be like this. If it is active, so here it should be user status like this. All right, so if user status is active, then this place, that is the check, this toggle should be by this item, by this side here. All right, so that is all. So now that is cool. So let's save everything. Then we'll now go back and refresh this. So you can see this is inactive. Let's assume I go back and open the users. If I open the view of this admin, you can see this is what, this is active now because it's admin. All right, So because the status is active, so that is why it is also active here. You can see, right? So if I go back, I now click on this, I open the user, you can see it's inactive. That's why this is like this. So if I click on this to activate it, you can see user status updated. Here is now active, then this is also active. So when we go back to users all, we can be able to see them like this. You can see, right? So this is how we can change the user status, that is from inactive to active. All right, you can see it here. The moment I go back, I click on this, change it back to this, you can see it says user status updated, then this is back to inactive, and when we come back to the database, it's also going to be back to inactive. Very nice. So now this is how cool it is. See you in the next lecture. Do not forget to leave a very nice review to this video. In this lecture, we are going to work on the loan type management. All right, so that is the different type of loan. So to do that, all we just need to do first is we need to change this design. So first we have to go to the sidebar. Let's close all this. We'll close everything. Then here we also minimize everything. So we have to go to resource, then views, then we have admin, then we have section, then we have sidebar. So in the sidebar, we have this first one that we just worked on, that is the user. You can see, so you can say user management, users management. So let's save this, then you can preview it here and see how it looks like. Yes, users management. So we are now going to work with the loan type management. All right, so here we have to change it to loan type management. Loan type management. So let's save it. All right, so loan type management. So what we have to do here is we'll now work with the first one. Let's just make this, let's comment this particular one. So here we'll now say view loan, view loan type. So we'll now save it. After we save it, you can preview it and see the changes we made. You can see view loan type. All right, so loan type, we can use it to be loan types. So Ctrl+S to save this. Now we'll refresh it again. All right, so view loan types. Okay, so now we have to create view. Therefore, the moment we click on this, it's now going to show the loan types for us. All right, so what we have to do is let's go in this folder, which is the admin folder. We already have users, so we'll create another folder. We'll call this folder loan_type. All right, hit enter. So inside we will now create another file. This file we can say all. So all type .blade.php. all right, so we can say all type or all loan type. All right, so all loan type. All right, so this is the name here, all loan type.blade.php. okay, so now we have this view. So next to our next thing to do here is the moment we run this, it should display the all loan type. So we have to extend the admin dashboard, and after that we'll now add the section as usual. So section, we open and close the section. So inside the section we are going to work with content. All right, so that is cool. So let's save this. So as we save this, now what we need to do next is we need to go and create a route for it. So we already know what type of route we are going to create, which is a get route. So let's go and create the route in the route web.php. So let's double click on this to open it. So this is for admin. So for this admin, we will now create a route. So we can just, since we just want to build all the routes, so let's just copy this particular one here. I guess you know what I'm doing. All right, so I know you know what I'm doing because we have been doing this. So we paste it. So we can say admin all loan then slash types. So admin all loan types. All right, then here we can say all loan type. All right, so all loan types, and here we can say admin all loan then dot types. So admin all loan types, we can add s here also. So now this is the name of the route. So here we are not going to use users controller, so we need to create a controller for this. To create the controller, we already know how to do. Let's go to our folder, that is the loan folder. This is it here. We'll open command prompt in here. So we'll now create it. PHP artisan serve, not serve actually, make controller. So the name, the controller, we are going to create it inside backend folder, then slash. So we have inside the backend folder, when we check it here, you can see we have this http controller backend admin, right? So all the controller that relate to admin, so we are going to add it inside. So we have to go back here. So this is it here, slash admin. Then the name of the controller is going to be loan types controller, like this. Then we hit enter. So now it created the loan type controller. This is it here. This is the loan type controller. So before we close, we also need to create a model so that will work with the loan type. So say PHP artisan make model. So call the model loan types -m in front, then hit enter. All right, so now we have the model, which is this, and it also created the migration table for us. All right, so this is the folder, that is the model. We have loan type, this is it here. All right, so we also have users folder the other time, you can remember. All right, so now what we need to do next, what we need to do here is inside this loan we have to add this. We'll say protected, then we call this variable protected guarded is equals to this. So this will allow the content to go safely into our database. I already explained this the other time. So let's save this. Now we are done with this model. All right, so here we're also done with this users. All right, so now the final thing to do is we have to migrate the database, so the table. So this is migrations, the last item, which is loan type. We are going to get the table ID, so we have to add another item, which is going to be of a type of string. Then inside we'll now call it name, right? That is the name of the loan type. So let's click on save to save this. So we are done with this. Last thing to do on this is we'll come back to this place. We'll now type PHP artisan migrate and hit enter. It's going to migrate the table for us. So to confirm that, we'll just come back to this place. You can see the database here. This is the database loan. So you can see loan type. When we click on it now, we are able to see the columns, which is we have name, then we have the ID. So that is all we need on this particular thing. All right, so lastly, now we can be able to link this link, that is this particular link. We can be able to link it and open the all loan types for us, that is this all loan type view, that is this blade file. All right, so now for you to do that, here we have to include this controller inside the web view. So come back to this place, we can just copy this. All right, then hit enter to paste it. Then the name here is loan, you can see loan types controller. This is the name, loan types controller. So this controller is the controller we are going to use. So we come back to this that we just created, that is for the loan type. We just paste it here, save it. And all the loan types, we have to create function for this inside the loan type controller. So here we are going to create a function for that. So it's a public function all loan type, open round bracket and close it. So this is just for view. So we can say return view. So the view is going to be admin. All right, admin loan type, then all loan types. Then we now put semicolon at the end. This is very cool. That's the only things we need. All right, for now. So now we can be able to link it up. So we can copy this name of the route. Then we will now go to our sidebar. This href, that is for the anchor tag, will now include the route at there. So we can say route, open round bracket, close it, then all loan type. This is it here. So we now press Ctrl plus S to save this. So next we can now refresh this page. As we refresh it, we will now click on loan, then all loan types. Yes, you can see it opens the loan types for us, but we don't have anything. So as usual, I have a file that I will leave it for you to download. This is register loan type. If I open it in VS Code, all right, we'll click on open in restricted mode. Okay, so I'll copy this div completely, this particular div here. I'll copy it. All right, everything inside the body section, we have copied it. So next we'll now go to the view, all loan type between the section. So we'll now paste it. So press Ctrl plus S to save this. When we come back to this place, when we refresh it, yes, we can see we have the demo data. All right, this will, we can be able to submit the name of the loan. Then here we can be able to view all the names that we registered. All right, so that is cool. All right, that is cool. So we are going to stop on this. In the next lecture, we'll continue from where we stop. Lecture, we are going to first data, that is the loan type, into the database. All right, so already created the table in the other video. So here our table is empty. So we are now going to make use of this form to send data into this table, that is to create the loan type. All right, so to do that, what we need to do, we have to go and create a route. So we have to go to route, then wave. Then inside this, we already have the controller created. So next thing to do is we are now going to save the information into the database. So let's just copy this complete route. We'll now modify it. So this should be first, because we are going to post information into the database. Then admin, then we can say admin add loan type. All right, so admin add loan type. Here we can just put underscore. All right, so admin add loan type. So this is the route. All right, so now this route here, we have to create a function. So we can say add loan type. So something like this, add loan type. All right, and here we also say admin add loan type. All right, so this is the route name. So now we have to go to the controller and create a function with this name. So as usual, have http, then we'll go to controllers, then we'll come to backend, then admin, the loan type controller. So here we are going to create that. So what we need to do here is that we have to come to this place. We make sure we copy this name, therefore we can be able to use it and create the function. So the function we are going to create at this place is also going to be public function as we did earlier. So we say public function this, then this is going to collect information from form. So we have to say request, then variable request. Alright, so after we do this, we hit enter, then open curly brace and close it. So now we are good to go. Alright, so what we need to do first here is that let us validate the input. Alright, so let's open the file. This is resources, bills, then we have admin, then loan type, then all loan type. Alright, so here we have the form. So the form is here, which is input type text, loan ID loan type, then the name also loan type. Alright, so this is it. So what we need to do here is that in this we are going to validate this input. Alright, so we use validate variable. So validate something like this, validate data, we can call it validate data is equals to request. That is our variable of request. Alright, so request, then we'll say validate. Alright, then open round bracket close, then open square bracket and close it, and at the end we'll now put semicolon. So here we are now going to put the name. So we are going to validate the name of the input we are going to use, which is loan type. This is it here. We can copy it from here. We'll now make use of it at this place. Alright, so that is cool. Alright, so now next thing to do, we're going to put this down. We'll now say this is going to be required, so that means it is needed. Alright, I will now put semicolon at the end. I will now put comma at the end. So that is all about this. Let's save it. That is control process to save this. So after doing this, next thing to do is we need to add our model. We need to add the model. So this is the model. We need to add this loan type model. So we'll come to this place. We'll say use app like this, then models, then the name of the model is loan types. Alright, that is the name of the model, and don't put semicolon at the end. So this is the model that we are going to use. Alright, so now this name of the model, we have to just copy this name like this, and we'll now come down here. So after the validation, we can create a variable. We can call it loan. Alright, we can call it loan type. So it's equals to new this file. Alright, so now we have this. So next thing to do is we will now say this loan type. So this loan type, then we have name. So loan type dot name name is equals to, so we have to validate the data. So we can call this variable, that is validate this variable like this. So validate data. What data are we going to validate? We are going to validate name. Alright, so not name, actually we are going to validate loan type like this. Alright, so after we do this, we now put semicolon. So after doing this, the last item that we have to do is we have to say, after doing this, the last item we are going to do, we have to put this, then loan type, that is our variable, and we'll now save it like this. Alright, then you put semicolon at the end. So now after we do this, next thing to do is we can, if you remember, we use this same for example in the user same, we can just copy this All right, come back to this. After this, now we'll paste it here. So return redirect back, that means it will return and redirect back to this page after we save the information. Then the toast, it will say loan type registered successfully. Then we'll save this information. All right, so that is it. So now what we need to do, we have to check this. We definitely know that we are dealing with form, so we have to specify the method we are using. So the method is post method, and after that, action. So the action is going to be route. Then what route are we going to use? We are going to use this particular route here. This is the route, admin add loan type. All right, so come to this place and paste this route. All right, so that is all. Click on save to save this. So that is all. All right, so after this we have to add CSRF token. So CSRF. All right, and click on save. So now we have to make sure we have submit. This input type is submit. All right, so I think we are good to go. Let's try it out and see how the outcome is going to be. So here we can refresh the page. So the loan type, what type of loan are we going to create? Okay, so now what we'll do is the type of the loan that we are going to create. That's what. All right, so we can add the first one. We can add something like personal loan. So personal loan. All right, so click on submit. All right, so now we have submitted this data. So let's check this out. All right, so now we have submitted one. Let's try to refresh this. Yes, we have the first record. There's the record here. So let's add another one. So after personal loan, we can have something like home loan. So click on submit also. Yeah, we can see loan registered successfully. All right, so now let's try to, this information here, they are all not this information, they are static information. All right, so in the next lecture we are going to paste the records from this database and display them, the original record, into this. All right, so see you in the next lecture. In this lecture we are going to paste the loan types, that is this loan types, into this table. All right, therefore we are not going to be using this static data. So to do that, what we need to do is, let's come, we are going to the controller. So before we go to the controller, let's create a route as usual. So we got this. All right, so as we did this, what we need to do next is, we already have this. Okay, let's go to the controller. This is going to be the easiest way. All right, so controller, we have backend, then admin, then loan types. So here we are going to use this. We'll create a variable. You can say loan type is equals to, so we'll now use this like this. So we'll do this loan type, then we can say latest. So this will get the latest loan type. All right, latest get, and we'll put semicolon at the end. So now we are going to get all the loan from the database. Next, we'll now come to this place like this. We'll copy this. We are going to compact it. So here we now put comma, then we type something like this, compact, open round bracket, close it, then we compact this loan type. All right, then let's save this. So as we save this, next thing to do, we have to go to the view. So view, then we have admin, loan type, then all loans. Okay, so here this is the heading, then this is the body. All right, this is the body. So what we need to do here is that we have two records. We just need to remove this record like this. So we are going to deal with these two records. All right, so to deal with these two records here, we are going to use call for each. All right, so we are going to use for each. So we'll put this for each. So we have to put the loan type. So for each loan type, all right, as we can say as key, then we'll do this, then we'll now say loan type, or we can just say LT, that is for loan type. All right, so when we do this at this particular point here, we are going to use double curly brace. So we'll now use this key. We are going to be adding, all right, from this, then we'll pay +1. So let's save this. This end of the for each should come after this tr, after this table row. All right, so let's save this. So let's now, this should be inside a bit. Okay, so let's press Ctrl+S to save this. So we'll come back to this place. Let's try to refresh the page. Yeah, you can see we have 1 and 2 from the database. So next we are now going to add the real loan types. So this is just the name. So what we need to do here is that we just remove this, now use open curly brace and close it. After we do this, then we'll now use loan type like this. Then we'll say name. All right, that's the name of the loan type. So on doing this, next thing to do, let's try to refresh the page. All right, so now you can see we don't have this name, is it? So we have to check the database. We have the loan type name. All right, so let's go back to this place here. Property name does not exist in the collection, so let's check it properly. Loan type name. All right, so this is where we made the mistake. Here we're supposed to use the LT. All right, we have to use LT, so not loan type, we're going to use LT. All right, that is the alias. So let's press Ctrl+S to save this. So you can see we have the loan type, that is loan type here. So now here we have the personal loan. So now let us, we want to add many loan. Let's say auto loan. When we press on submit, you can see it is automatically added here, and it also shows us an alert. So let's add another one, something like business. So business loan. So click on submit. So you can see we also have business name here. All right, so this is very easy. All right, so now we are able to paste the record from the database. All right, so see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to delete loan type. All right, so to do that, all we just need to do, we have to go to the route and create a delete route. So this is it here. You will remember we did same things for the user, so we can just copy this particular thing, just copy it, then we'll now come to this place and paste it. So delete, we can say admin delete, then space, then we can put loan type. All right, so here we'll just use loan type. We can just type loan type. All right, so here we can, the name of the function is going to be delete loan type. Then here is also delete loan type, this same loan type, delete loan type, like this. All right, so that's the name of the route. So here is going to be loan controller. That's cool. So now let's open this controller, that is our user controller. I'm just doing this because we already did it back, so you don't have problem with this. So backend, then we'll go to users controller, also open the loan controller. So the users controller, we used this function, that is delete for the delete we use this. All right, so click on it like this. So as we click on it, now we'll come back to this place. Now we paste it. That's the function for the delete. All right, so instead of delete user, the name of our function here is delete loan type. So copy this loan type like this. We'll paste it at this place. All right, so here we are going to use loan type. Here it's going to be loan type. Then here we can now use a variable. This some variable, we can just call it loan type, something like this. This is very easy. I think we did it earlier. So we can copy this variable. We'll now use it here. All right, so loan type, then we'll now say delete like this. All right, so that is cool. So here is going to tell us that loan type is deleted successfully. All right, so that is this. Then it will return and redirect back. So we are done with this section. Then we have to also go to the view and also make some changes. So in the view, when we can take an example of what we did for the user, we have all users here. So for the delete, what we did there is that we use a form. All right, so we can copy this form completely the way it is. Then we'll come back to loan type, all loan types like this. We have the button for the delete. This is the last one, the red one. This is it here. All right, so below it we can now paste the form. So the form, the route of the delete is wave. Then we'll come and copy this route here. That is this route. We'll copy it exactly the way it is. Then we'll come back to this particular place here. The route, we have to update it to this. All right, so update it like this. Then here it is supposed to be LT ID. All right, so that is LT ID. That is the loan type ID. Here is also loan type ID. This is, we are going to use this for the alert. You understand? That is our suite alert. We are going to use it there. All right, so the function is delete already. So we are done with this. The next thing we are going to do here is that we have this button. This two button, we need to add it to become, the type of it is going to be submit. All right, so we save this. All right, so now as we change this to button type, that is submit. So next thing to do is we have to check on our suite alert. To check that our suite alert is in the dashboard, that is the admin dashboard. Inside this admin, we have the admin dashboard. So this is where we use the suite alert. So we can copy this suite alert. This is for the confirm delete, that is for the deleting of user. So we'll now paste it below this. We'll paste it below this place. So we can call this confirm delete what? Confirm delete loan type. So this is the name of the function. All right, so the name of the function is confirm delete loan type. All right, so now when you check on this, here you can see this is done. We don't have any problem with this. So what we have to make some little changes. So when you look at the user, that is when we are trying to delete the user. So here you can see in the form we have the ID. In the form here, in the button here, we have on click. So we have to copy this on click completely to where it is. We'll copy it. We'll now go to this place. So for the button, we are going to add on click. All right, so this function, the function we created in the dashboard, that is confirm delete loan type, that's the function we are going to use at this place. All right, then here is not user ID, is LT, that is our loan type ID. So we have to change it to LT ID. All right, so that is cool. I think this about this. Then for the dashboard, we have to change this. Here we can say LT ID. We can just put LT ID. Then copy this. Then we'll now paste it at this place. All right, so that is cool. All right, so you can see, are you sure you want to delete this user? We have to say, are you sure you want to delete this loan type? All right, so now you say, if you say yes, then it is going to be deleted. All right, so now let's check it out and see. Make sure you save everything. Go to file, save all. So now when we click, the suite alert supposed to display before we remove the item. So let's check the code again. Loan type, here we have the form. This is the form here. Delete loan type, then LID. All right, so I think everything is okay. Let's try it out and see. So let's refresh this. Okay, so let's say we want to delete this particular one, that is for personal loan. All right, so we want to delete it, so click on delete. Yes, it's supposed to show this for you. You can see, are you sure you want to delete this loan type? When I say cancel, it is not deleted. So there's some little typo error here. We have this, are you sure you want to delete this loan type? That's N here. All right, so save it again. So let's refresh it again. So you can see, are you sure you want to delete this? When we say cancel, nothing will happen. But when we say, are you sure you want to delete it, we say yes, delete. So you can see, yes, the thing is deleted. It shows this is deleted, but the issue is that when we refresh this page, we are still able to see this. All right, so we have to cross check it and see where the little error is. All right, so this is not deleting, so let's check it out and see. When we come back to this file, all right, so everything here is intact. So let's check the controller. All right, so loan types, yes, here you can see we have loan type, there is no P. And when we check this route, you can see we have loan type like this. So we have to use this exact loan type. So here we are going to add, this is going to be loan type, then here is also going to be loan type. So let's click on save, Control S to save this. So as we saved it now, let's go and refresh the page again. So after we refresh the page, now we'll click on this. When we say cancel, nothing will happen. When we click on delete, now we'll say yes, delete. Yes, you can see loan type deleted successfully. And also here we have only 3 loans. All right, so we have personal loan, business loan, auto loan. Now the one that is missing, which is home loan, we are going to add it. This is it here. So we are now sure that we have the loan. All right, so that is very cool. All right, so now we are able to delete the loan from the loan type from the database. So this is where we are going to stop in this lecture. Last things to do here is that we are going to update the loan type. All right, so to update this loan type, we need to create a view, that is an edit view. So let's go to this, let's close this, we'll come back to this place. We have to go to resources, we go to views, then we'll go to admin, then loan type. All right, so inside this loan type, we are going to create edit. So you can say edit dot blade dot php. All right, hit enter. So we'll extend the admin. Then after we extend the admin, we'll now add the sections. So add section, then the section is going to be content. All right, so this is cool. So now let's do this. We are done with this particular section. So next section is we are going to create a route for that. So we'll go to routes like this, then we have wave, then inside is for edit. So to edit it, all we just need to do, we can copy this particular route and paste it below this particular one. All right, so paste it here. So now here, the name of the route, we can give it this name, loan type edit. So we can just do something like this. We'll copy this, or we can just do this, loan type. This is another way to create. So loan types slash, then we place the ID like this, then we now put edit at the end. All right, so this is a very nice way to do this. So after we do this, then the name of the function is going to be edit loan type. Then here is also admin edit loan type. All right, so this is the first route that we are going to create. So this is going to be a get method. All right, so that is cool. So after we are done with this, we have to go to admin. Then we'll now create a function inside this controller. So you have to go to PHP, you have controller, backend, admin, loan type. So we are going to create a controller for update. All right, so to create the controller, as usual, we know that we are going to use public function, the name of the controller, and we'll open round bracket, close it. We are going to add id inside. All right, hit enter like this. So we are going to, first of all, we have to call the loan type. So we use variable like this, loan type is equals to, so we say loan type, that is this our table model, which is loan type like this. Then we'll now say find or fail. So find or fail, open round bracket and close it. So we are going to find or fail id. All right, then we'll now put semicolon at the end. So that is this. So next we are going to return view. So we'll say return view. What view we are going to return? We are going to return admin loan type, then edit. All right, so after we return it, we are going to confact. We are going to confact loan type. So this variable, we are going to confact it inside. All right, then we'll now put semicolon at the end. So let's press Ctrl press S to save this. So that is all. So now this, we have to go to the sidebar section, sidebar. So this sidebar, we don't even need sidebar for now. All you just need to do is the loan, that is this page that is displaying everything, which is all loan type. So you have to go to this loan, all loan type. So you can see we have the button. This is the button here. So this button will change the look of it. We are going to change it to anchor tag. So we say A, and here also is going to be anchor tag here. This is also going to be anchor tag. All right, so now next thing is anchor tag always have href. So we are going to add the href. So inside this href, we are now going to call the route. So route, open round bracket and close it. And the route we are going to use is going to be admin edit loan type. All right, so after we do this, what loan type are we going to edit? So we have to come back to here. This is our variable, which is loan type like this, the one that we have first inside the compact. So come to this place, then we'll now add it off. Where this is it here? So give comma like this, paste this, then we are going to edit it by id. All right, so here is supposed to be this. So now we'll press Ctrl plus S to save this file. All right, so as we save this, now this we have to take care of the when we click. All right, so what we just did now, what we need to do is let's test this out. So we'll refresh the page. All right, so you can see we have a error. This error says that undefined variable loan type, that is the variable we use here. All right, so we are going to update it. So here it's not supposed to be loan type, we just need to use the lt. All right, so this is it here. We were using lt, so we have to use it also at this place. So say lt, then save this. So we'll now go back again. Yes, so you can see it's there. So when we click on update now, yeah, you can see it takes loan type 7, then edit. So here we don't have the edit design, so we need to design the edit page. So this edit page, it is just going to be same like what we have in the add loan, all right, or this page that is all loan type. So we just have to copy the whole code, then we now edit it later on. So this code will just copy everything from here, Ctrl C, then edit here we are going to paste it. All right, so after we do that, so now we just need only the form. So since we need only the form, we need to remove this particular one. So we have to remove the table from there. Okay, so now when we go there, we'll refresh the page, we can be able to see the form. This is the form here. All right, so now as we add the form here, this is supposed to be update. So update this to, we'll put this to update. All right, that's it. Then loan type, this is cool. So next thing to do is, so we have to add value to this input, that is this particular input. We have to add value to it. All right, so here after the name, we'll now put the value. So the value is going to be this variable, that is this variable. So copy this variable from here. So we'll now add this here. Then we'll now use the item, which is name. Right, let's check our database. The database is name. You can see it here, name. Right, so we have to change it also to name. All right, so let's press Ctrl+S to save this. So now what we'll do is, I will go back to this particular one. You refresh it. After we refresh it, we click on this. Yes, you can see homeland. When we go back to all users, I won't go back to loan types again. We click on this second one. This is, you can see, personal loan. All right, so this is best way that we can be able, when we click on this, we can see business loan. All right, so that is it. Now we are able to get the information into this form. All right, next thing to do is for us to update this. So to update this, we need to also go and create a route. All right, so go back to this place. This is the route. All right, so this is this here. So we have the wave, then this is the route here. So we have to create a route for that. So copy this all, then we'll come back here and paste it. So this is going to be loan type. Then we can just leave only the ID, no need to put edit. All right, so when we do this here, the name of the function, we are going to call it update loan type. And here is also admin update loan type. All right, so here if you like, we can also add the extension of the admin like this. All right, since we are all dealing with admin, here also you add admin. That's the route. All right, so we now press Ctrl+S to save this. So next thing to do is, after we create this, we need to go and create function inside of the controller. So come to this place. Here's the controller here. Inside the controller, we'll now put public function. This is the function, we'll open round bracket. Then this is going to be a request. So we'll say request. Then we'll create a variable, we'll call it request. Then we can give comma. Then we'll now create another variable for the ID of the particular record that we want to update. All right, and we'll do this. So after we do this, now let's create a variable. We'll call it loan type. Then we can say is equals to, so this particular model, we'll call it. Then we'll now add it here. So loan type, we'll do this. Then we'll now say find. We have already been doing this all, so we can copy this particular one from here. We'll now paste it at this place. All right, so after we do this, next thing to do is, if we like, we can also validate it. All right, so you know how to do the validation, like what we did here. We can just copy this particular one, then we'll now paste it at this place. So this will validate it for us. All right, so what we are validating now, we can check the form. This is the edit. So the name is loan type. All right, so we are trying to validate it. So as we click on this to validate this, as we click on it to validate it, now we mean if it is required, so it is going to be required. All right, so after that we are now going to use this statement. So you can now use this same variable, that is loan type, like this. All right, so we'll do this update. Okay, so after we do this, open round bracket, close, then this, then update. You can see loan type update, then you put semicolon at the end. So now what we are going to update is here in the edit form. You can see we have the name of it is loan type. So let's copy this name, and here we are going to put it like this. All right, so now what we are using here is that the thing that we need to check here is that the name of the name in the database, which is name, that is what we want to update. So here you are going to use name. All right, now after that we are now going to do this. Then this is going to be validated, that is this validated. We'll copy this. All right, so copy this validate data. All right, so this validate data, we'll now add it up here like this. This is another way to save. Then what we are going to, where we are going to, the name of the data is loan type. So like this, we'll add it up inside. After that you just put this. So you now press Ctrl plus S to save this. So after you do this, almost everything is cool. So all we just need to do is we can now redirect it. So first, before we direct it, let's show a toast. So now add the toast at this place like this. So you can say loan type is updated. Loan type is updated successfully. So after we do this, below it we will now say return, then redirect. So return, redirect to where? So we are going to point to route, then open the route. What route? Which route are we going to? So we can say admin all loan types. This that means this particular page, the main page. No, this page here. So that is where we are going to be redirected to. All right, so now on doing this, after we do this, the next thing to do is just put semicolon at the end. So press Ctrl press S to save this. All right, so I think we don't have any issue. Let's try it out again. So we'll refresh this page. So now click on update. So you can see homeland loans. Let's say we add S or double S. So when we click on update, you can see loan type registered successfully. So here there is something, an error that we need to, there's something that we forgot. You can see we just added it instead of updating. So the reason we have this, let's just delete this mistake first. The reason we have this is that here inside this loan, inside the edit, we are still using admin add loan. All right, so we need to update it with our new route. All right, the route that is allowing us to do the update. So that is what we're supposed to do. So to do that, what we need to do, come to web here, then we have admin update loan type. So copy this. So this is edit here. We'll now click on this to paste it here. All right, so after we do that, next thing to do is this loan type variable that we used the other time. So copy it from here also. We give comma, then we'll now paste it. Then we will now say update by ID. All right, so this is all we have to do. So let's go back and refresh the page again. So now let's say we want to edit this personal loan. So you can say personal loan, then we add something like loan again, like this. So I'll click on update. All right, so you can see here it's telling us that this is post. All right, so sorry for this. We just need to understand the moment we have error like this. So what we need to fix here is that here you can see CSRF token is there, and after that in the form we need to indicate the method we are going to use. So the method is put, like this. All right, so after this, then we now also go to this we are using get, so we are not supposed to use get, we also supposed to use put. All right, because we are trying to update, so here it should be put, like this. And we now save this. So let's go and refresh it again. Let's go back. So this, like this. So click on, we add loan the other time, like this. So let's try it again. All right, so now one little error again. Let's try to fix this once and for all. All right, so the reason we have this error here is that we have in this line loan type that is in the update loan type. So this is where we have the problem. So let's go and check it out. So here we have the loan type. So this is the function. All right, here we have loan type ID. Here you can see here we forgot to add ID, something like this. So this is all the error. So save this. So now go back. Go back now. Let's go to the main loan again, start it all over. So click on business loan. So here we can put something like loan, like this. All right, so let's click on update. Yes, you can see loan type is updated successfully, and also here you can see we have double loan. All right, so let's update it back to the way it was. Let's remove this, then we click on update again. Yes, now we can see everything is updated successfully. All right, so now we are done with the loan type management. See you in the next lecture. Do not forget to leave a review for us. Very nice review. Thank you. In this lecture, we are going to deal with loan application management. So we are done with this section. So for we to do that, first of all go to the sidebar and add the link to it. So this is it here. We go to resources, views, then we have admin, we have sections, then we have sidebar. So inside this sidebar, this same item, that is this particular one, you can copy it and paste it below. So just copy this, then paste it below. So this is going to be loan application management. All right, so that is it. So this loan application management, now I click on save to save it. Go back to this and refresh this. You can see we have this. All right, so this loan application management, we have some little things that we need to adjust. So let's check it out. Here we have this, that is for the loan, and this particular one here we have this again. All right, so the reason why we have this, we just need to go back and reduce the size of the text. So this application, we can remove it from there. All right, so it will be loan management. So we'll go back to there, we refresh it, and you can see we have loan management. All right, so first of all, the first item that we have to check is loan applications. So here we are going to change this to loan applications. So just change this to loan applications. So you can say view loan applications. So save. So all the loans that users made, they are all going to be inside this. All right, so that is what we need to do. So now next thing after this is let's create a controller. So go back to this place, we say php artisan make controller. So inside this controller, we are going to create it inside backend. Then after that, admin folder. Then we'll call this loan controller. All right, then hit enter. So now we have loan controller created. So when we check this, we have this, then http, then we have controllers, backend, admin, then we have the loan controller here. All right, so after that, we are also going to create model. So php artisan make model. Then the name of the model, we give it a name of loan application. Loan application. So it is going to be with M, that is for migration. So let's hit enter. Yes, so we have created this also successfully. So when we minimize everything, we'll come back to have this is model. Then you can see we have loan model. So this loan model, the same way we have this protected guard here, so we also need to do it on the loan application as well. So let's do this and paste it here. Alright, so we are done with this section. Okay, so now next thing to do, let's also close this particular one. So we are going to work on the migration before we migrate it. So this is the migration for the loan application. All right, so what we need to do here is that we have to add all the items. So let's copy this exactly the way it is. We'll copy this, we can paste it below. So this is going to be string. We are going to get the name of the person that is trying to apply, so we can say name. All right, so that's this. Then after this, since we will also add the remaining ones, so after name, we're supposed to get the email of that user. And after email, we're also supposed to get we're supposed to also get amount, that is the amount that the person is applying for. After the amount, we're also supposed to get his bank, that is bank name. All right, so we can say bank. And after this, the user also supposed to get account number, so that is account. And after that, we also have, after account number, we also have loan type, that is what type of loan did he selected. And after the loan type, let's also add item, so installment, that is the installment that he want to, so installment count, that is how many times did he want to be paying that loan. And after that, we have another one which is installment, so installment amount, right? So that is this, how much is he going to be paying per each of the installment. Then after this, we also have the amount payable, that is the total amount that the person is supposed to pay. So we can call it amount payable, you can give it any name. All right, so after amount payable, then next we have date applied, that is the date that the person applied, so date applied. All right, so after this, then we also have the last one, which is status, so you can say status. All right, so that is cool, that is all. So let's press Ctrl plus S to save this, and we can be able to close this particular one. So after we do this, next thing to do is come back to this place, and now the PHP artisan migrate, and we'll now migrate this. Very nice. So now we have our table migrated. So let's go to the database and confirm that the table is created. So this is it here. We have the database here. Then you can see loan applications, and the loan applications, all the details are there. All right, so this is very cool. So we are going to stop in this stage. In the next video, in the next lecture, we'll continue from where we stop. In this lecture, we are going to design the loan application view. All right, so to do that, all we just need to do first is we have to create a table, and this table is now going to page all the loan details. All right, so let's begin with that. So to do this, if you can remember, we use users, that is all users. This all users contains this particular type of page, which we can be able to see all the records from the user. So we can be able to utilize this. To use this, what we need to do first is let us go and create the view. All right, so to create the view, all we need to do here is that if I minimize this, we'll go to resources, we have views, then we have admin, and you can see only loan type. So we are going to create another folder, we can call it loan. All right, so this loan, we can say loan application. That is the name of the folder. So loan underscore application. All right, so inside the loan application, we are now going to create a page. We can call it all underscore all.blade.php. all right, so as we do this, next thing to do, we are going to extend the dashboard. So you can say extend admin dashboard. Then after we extend the dashboard, now we can be able to add the section. So inside this section, we are going to put the content. All right, so that is cool. Okay, so after we do this, we already created loan controller, so we need to create a route for it. So we have to go to route, then web, then inside this, we are now below this, we are going to create another group of routes. So here it looks like this. All right, so first of all, we are going to fetch all the records, all the loan. All right, so we do like this, we'll paste it like this, then we get admin all loan. So we can say all loan applications. All right, then here is going to be all loan applications. That's the name of the function, all loan applications. Then the name of the route is also going to be all loan applications. Yes, this is very cool. Then the name of the controller, we just need to add it up here also. That is the loan controller. So let's just paste it here, and it's also inside the admin controller. So this is going to be loan controller, something like this. So we can copy this. Now we'll now add it up inside this. That is this particular one here. This is going to be loan controller. All right, so this is very cool. So let's save this. So we can now follow it very easy. Here we remember we have another one, which is loan type. So as we want to build the loans, all we just need to do is that we need to create a function for that. So the function is also going to be public function. Then the name of the function is the same name we give in the route, that is all loan applications. So let's press this to paste it, then we'll open round bracket, close it, then we'll now open curly braces and close them. All right, so after we do this, next thing to do is we have to add the model into this controller. So use have, then models, then the name of the model that we created, which is inside this model folder here. The name of it is, you can see, loan application. So let's copy this. Now we'll go to the controller, then we will now paste it here, then we'll put semicolon at the end. So after we do this, now the next thing to do is we will press Ctrl to save it. Then we can now create a variable. This variable, we can give it a name of loan. Then we can say it's equals to this particular model, so loan application, then latest. We won't get it with the latest input, so latest, then get, and we'll put semicolon at the end. So this is cool. So after we do this, next we have to just return a view. That is, we are going to return a view. So the view we are going to return is going to be admin loan application, then all. This is it here. Now after we do this, next we are going to convert this loan. So we can say convert loan like this. All right, so when we do this now, next we'll just put semicolon at the end. So we are done with this. So now we have to go to the wave. We'll now copy this route name. All right, admin all loan applications. So we'll come back to sidebar. So in the sidebar you can see view loan applications. So here is going to be loan application. All right, so now let's go to file and we save all. Okay, so we'll now go back and refresh this page to test it out and see. So here you can see loan application. When I click on view loan application, yes, it says admin all loan applications, but we did not get the record because we do not add the table. So to add the table, let's just do simple thing. We're going to close all this. Here also we close it. So we now come back to resources. We have views, we have admin, then we have users, then all users. So inside this all users, let's just copy this whole code starting from this style for the toggle down to the last one before this section. So let's copy everything from here. Then we'll go back to loan application all loan. Between this we will now paste it. All right, so as we paste it, now you can see here is going to be loan application management. All right, so that is cool. So after that, all the records we have in the database, we are now going to add them here. So in the record, if we can check it properly, here we have, let me do in a structure mode, we have name, email, amount. All right, so we have name, email, then here is supposed to be amount. All right, so we can say amount. Then this serial number, we can just leave it as SN. So capital letter S, then capital letter N. All right, so name, email, amount. So after that, we have the items. We have the other items: name, email, amount, bank, then account number. So you can see we have name, email, amount, then bank. After bank, then we have account number. So you can say AC number, that is for account number. All right, so now we have this. Here we have name, email, then here we're supposed to write amount. All right, so after the amount, then we'll now add again. After the amount, we'll add another item. All right, so after amount, we have bank. All right, so after bank, then we copy this again, we'll paste it. So we have account. That is how we write it in the database here. You can see it. This is account. All right, so that is it here. So after we do this, let's try something. We are going to copy this. Okay, so you can see the heading of it is approve loan. So approve loan, so that's the heading, and here it is going to work with this particular item. All right, so now what we did in the controller, here we have to controller, backend, admin, then loan controller. So we created this loan variable, we compact it here, so we have to also use it here. So you can see all this loan as key. So we can say loan like this, or LN. So this is very cool. Let's use LN. So this LN now, we'll copy it, we'll replace it with this. So this is LN name. Then we have also LN email, we have LN amount, we have LN bank, we have LN account, and here is going to be LN, that's for the toggle, is going to be LN ID. Then we also have here LN All right, so this is going to be ln status. All right, so we are going to work on this very well. And there is also going to be ln. This is also going to be ln, like this. All right, so after we do this, we don't even need this particular one. We don't need this, so let's just remove it from there completely. Okay, so let's save this and let's preview it and see what we have over here. So you can see we have serial number, we have name, email, amount, bank, account number, then approved loan. All right, so this is cool. This is what we have currently. All right, so this is very cool. So we are going to stop here. In the next lecture, we'll continue from where we stopped. In this lecture, we are going to design loan application page in the user's dashboard. So we are going to use user dashboard we are going to use user detail to log into the system. All right. All right, so now we are plugged in as a user. So you can see the dashboard of the user is quite different from the other dashboard. All right, so let's now modify this particular sidebar. So to change the sidebar, all we need to do is we'll go back to the loan. This is it here. So we have the resources, we have views, then we have user. So inside the user, we have section and also have sidebar. So this sidebar, this is where we are going to make the changes. We don't need this. Let's just remove this user because we don't need anything in that. If we can retrieve it back, you can see we don't have anything inside. So we are going to remove it. So when we remove it, press Ctrl+S to save this. So when I now refresh, yeah, I have only this product. So I have to customize the product. So I'll now say loan management. So this is it here. This product, I'll just call it loan details. You can say loan details. All right, so now press Ctrl+S to save this. So we now refresh it. Yes, we have loan details. So inside this, the first thing we have to do is we have to add loan application. So we now update this to apply for loan. Apply for loan. All right, so apply for loan. This is it. Then press Ctrl+ to save this. And we'll now come back to this place. We'll refresh it. Yes, you can see we have apply for loan. All right, so we have to design the application. So for you to design the applications as usual, we need to go and create. We have to go and create a route. So for you to create the route, we'll just come to this place here. We'll minimize all this. We'll go to route, wave. So this time around, this is where we are going to create the route that is inside the role user. All right, so for you to create the route, since it is going to be just to view the application page, so all we have to do is we can just copy this particular one. We'll now paste it here. All right, so after we paste it, next thing to do is we can now say this user apply user loan application. Right, so user loan, that's the name of the route, loan application. All right, then the controller is going to be loan controller. We already created a controller, loan controller. Then here we are going to call the function, which is going to be loan application. Then we can say user here also, user, then we'll copy this loan like this. Then the name of the route, loan application. All right, so this loan application, will copy everything from here also. So we'll come back to our loan controller. So inside this loan controller, we are going to create a function. So it's going to be a public function. All right, so now this is going to return view for us. All right, so for now we are just going to return views. So now say return view. So what type of view are we going to return? So here we have to create the view. So we have to go to resources, we have to go to views, then inside the user we are going to create a folder. So this folder is going to be loan. We can just call it loan. All right, so that's going to be the folder, which is loan. Okay, so we can say loan underscore application, then hit enter for that. All right, so inside we are going to create file. We can say application.blade.php. Yes, this is cool. So now here we have to call, we have to extend the user loan application. Yes, we have to extend this, but it's supposed to be user. Let's remove it again. User dashboard. We have a dashboard here. Let me remind you that as we are doing for the admin, so this is time around, it's going to be for the user. This is the dashboard here. So say user dashboard. All right, then we have to add section. So you can say section, that is close, open and close, and inside the section we use content. This is very nice. So let's save this. So as we save it, we'll now go back to our controller. We can say return is going to return view. So return view, then the view we are going to return is going to be inside the user folder, the loan application, then application. All right, now put semicolon at the end. Let's save this. Then lastly, we'll go back to the route. We'll copy the name of the route here as usual. So we'll go back to the sidebar. This sidebar belongs to user section. So apply for loan, this is going to be where we are going to use the sidebar. So open curly brace, open this, then we can say route. Then after that we'll now paste this. All right, so user loan application. Let's press Ctrl+S to save this. So we'll now go back to this place here. Let's refresh this page. So click on this loan details, then apply for loan. All right, so this method we have to make changes to the route. So let's go back to the route. This is the route here. It's not post, we have to say get, because we are trying to view information. So let's come back. Yeah, you can see we click on it, it opens the user loan application page. So next thing to do is we are now going to add the application. We have to design the application page. So I have already get a file that I'm going to attach for you to use. So this is it here, the sample of it. We just copy this exactly the way it is. If I open it in browser, this is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. Very nice. All right, so now we have to close this. So let's open this with VS Code. So now we'll cut this away, not this particular one, that is this div. We will now copy it exactly from here. So after doing that, we can close this. We'll come back to the loan application here we'll paste it inside the section. So we'll press Ctrl+S to save it. All right, so that's cool. So when we are done with this, next thing to do, we can now go back and preview what we just did now. So let's click on this. Yes, so you can see we have our loan application form. All right, from here user can be able to apply for loan. So this is how it works. Loan application, the amount the user want to collect, he will now put his bank detail, bank name, account number, then personal. You select the type of the loan. This is going to be dynamic. We are going to change it to dynamic. Then here is going to be installment count, that is how many times he want to be paying. Then installment amount, that is how much he is going to be paying per that installment. Then here it is now going to show the amount of money he is going to pay plus 10% of the actual amount. So we are going to do all those things. All right, so here we are come to the end of this lecture. Next we are going to continue from where we stopped. In this lecture, we want to populate this loan type with the data that we have in the loan type table. All right, so that is what we want to do. So for we to do that, all we just need to do is, first of all, we have to create relationship between the two tables. All right, so to create a relationship between the two tables, we have to go to the model. All right, so let's go to the model. So here we have, let's close this. Also, you don't need this also. Loan application controller, let's close this. So first now let's go to the model. So model is inside of models. So open loan application model. So inside this we'll create the first relationship. So here we are going to create a function. We'll call it public function. We can call it loan type. All right, so now open curly brace and close it under this. So now say return this belongs to. Then this we are now going to call the other, that is the loan type, this particular loan type model. So loan types, then class. All right, so we are done with this first part. We save it, then we open the loan type also. So inside the loan type, we are also going to create the relationship. So here it is also going to be public function. We'll call it loan application. Loan applications like this. All right, so we'll now say return this. You can say has many. So here we are going to call the loan application model. So we are also going to utilize the class in it. All right, and we'll put semicolon at the end. So now we are done with this also. So next we have to go to the controller. So the loan controller, HTTP controllers, then we have backend, we have admin, then loan controller. So inside this loan controller, you can see this is the function that used to display this view. All right, so we have to attach some things into it. So before we attach things, let's now call the model, that is the loan type model also. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste this, and here is going to be loan types like this. All right, so after the loan types, here we are now going to create a variable. We'll call it loan types is equals to loan type, that is this model like this. Then we will now say all. All right, then we'll now put semicolon at the end. So this is cool. So now the last part is we have to go to the view, that is this particular view, this whole form view. So we have to go to the form view. So to do that, let's minimize all this. We go to resources, we have views, then we have users, then we have loan application. We'll double click on this to open this. So this is it here. So here we have to remove these three. We'll change this to select loan type. So we'll do something like this, select loan type, like this. And here we'll remove the value from personal. We'll say selected. This is the selected item. So after we do this, next we have to create for each. So we'll say for each. So for each, we create a variable which you get from the controller. This is it, loan type. So let's just copy this compact, but we have to compact it here. We already know that. So we'll say comma, then we now type compact. All right, then we'll paste it inside here. So now we'll come back to this place. We'll now add it off like this. Then as we can create another variable, loan type we can say as LT. All right, so inside this for each, we are now going to add the option. All right, so the option, the first value is going to be this lt.id, that is ID. We are going to use the ID first. So LT like this, then we have ID. All right, so after we do this, inside this other one, we can just copy this exactly the way it is. So we'll now paste it at this place. All right, so next thing to do is we'll now say name. All right, so press Ctrl+S to save this. So that is all we have to do. So now let's go there and refresh this. Yes, as we refresh it here, it remains select loan type. When we click on the drop down, you can see we have all these 4 loan types from our database, that is from this database here. All right, so here we have come to the end of this lecture. We'll meet in the next lecture. Do not forget to drop review for this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to calculate the installment and all the necessary calculations. So this is how it is going to be. Let's assume we add something like 1,000 as the loan amount that the applicant is applying for. So after filling the bank and account number, after selecting the loan type, next the installment here. If let's assume user decide to pay in 3 times, all right, so the installment amount will automatically calculate, then together with the amount which is 10% interest. All right, so it will calculate the installment after adding the 10% interest and automatically display it here. That means how much the applicant is going to be paying anytime that they due, anytime the loan is due. Then the amount interest, that means the amount plus 10%, that means this 1,000 plus 10% of it is going to be automatically calculated here. So this is what we are going to do. So for we to do that, we have to go back to the code. Then we'll go to the view. We are going to use JavaScript to do this. So we have this. We'll go to user loan application here. All right. So now after we get this, next thing to do is this user, we have dashboard. So just open the dashboard. This is where we are going to add the JavaScript. All right. So now we can just type script like this. So I have generated the code for you guys. It's just very easy. This is it here. I'll explain it. So this is calculate installment. So I'm going to open it in VS Code also. After I do that, then I will now put it down for we to all digest in it. All right, so this is it here. So I'll also put this file for you to use. So I'll copy everything from here. All right, then I'll go back to the dashboard. This is the dashboard here. I'll paste it at this place. So the name of the function is calculate installment. All right, then after that, here you can see we have a sample of it here. So how we utilize it, we are going to use it on input. On input, that means immediately when we input the immediately when we input the amount, this function will be called. All right, and also when we input the installment count, again the function is also going to be called. So we are going to call the functions 2 times. All right, so now let's go back to the dashboard. This is the dashboard. All right, so as we create the function, let's call it inside the input. All right, so here we have the post input. This is it here. So now paste the on input method, which is calculate installment, then that is for the loan amount. Then also we are going to use it for the installment. This is the installment count. We are also going to use it as I describe it to you in the example here. All right, so we are going to use it for the installment count. So just put it also here. This is how we do it. All right, so after we do this, now next thing to do is we have to come back to dashboard. Here you can see we have to create an ID for all the inputs. So copy this amount, we'll go back the amount. This is loan amount. We have to add ID. You can see we have ID amount, so this is cool. Then we have installment count, so we have to also add this also. So installment count, so we have this installment count. This is installment count. Then the ID, we have to change it to installment count. This is the only way it will work. Then we also have installment amount, so copy this installment amount. You can see this is installment amount. We also have to change it to installment amount. All right, and after that, the last one, amount plus 10%, that is the final amount, which is this particular one. So the ID will also change it like this. So this is cool. All right, so now we have function calculate installment. Then it will get all the values by ID. That's here, this, and this. After that, we say amount value is equals to first amount input. This amount input dot value, it is going to convert it into number. All right, so after that, here is also going to convert it into plot. That is something, a plotting variable with a decimal point. Then if not available, that is there is no input in this, and also there is no input in this, converted, and there is also no input in this, so it's 0, so it is not going to do anything. All right, if not is none. That means if we have, when we have the content, so here we get all the variable. We have constant installment amount times 1.1, that is amount times 10%. All right, so amount times 1.1, then divide by installment value, that is this installment value. All right, that means when we put, for example, as I explained, 1000, and we put installment. All right, so this is now going to divide it into 3. You get it, right? All right, then we have const amount plus 10%, then it's equals to amount. That means whatever amount we have here, then times this 1.1. all right, so first of all, the installment value is going to be, it will take the amount times 1.1. that means it will get the amount plus the 10%, then divide it into installment count, that is this installment count. All right, so after you do that, next it will now, the amount plus 10% is now going to remain amount value times 1.1, which is 10%. All right, so after that, installment amount dot value, that installment amount dot value is equals to installment amount then to pix2. So it will abbreviate it. It will be 2 numbers after decimal point. Likewise, this also amount plus 10% is also, the value is going to be 2% after two numbers after decimal point. It will approximate it. All right, then else, if there's no information, then installment amount dot value, it will remain empty. Then amount plus 10% is also going to remain empty. So let's press Ctrl plus S to save this. So we'll now come back to this place. We'll make sure that we also save this. After we do that, now we can be able to come and refresh this page. Alright, so as we refresh it now, let's add the information. So let's assume we need the loan of 2,000. Then the bank, we can put any bank. Alright, then the account number, we can put any account number. Then we will now select the loan type we need. Then the installment, we can put something like we want to pay it like 5 times. So 5 times. You know, the moment we put 5 times here, you can see installment amount have changed to 4,400 440. That's the installment. Then the total amount, that means from the 10% of the 2,000, which is 2,200. Then here also it added the 10% before it divided it into this 5, because 440 times 5, it will give you 2,200. All right, so this is how we will do this. All right, so here we have come to the end of this lecture. Next, we are now going to store the information and do so many things before then. All right, so see you in the next lecture. All right, so now as we are done with this calculation, so we are now going to store the loan into the database. All right, so now we can remember we created the table inside our database. All right, so it is loading. So now let's go back to the code editor. I'm going to close this. We are done with it. And here we also have this. So we close the dashboard also. We are done with it as well. All right, so this is the loan application table. We have name, email, amount, and all the other necessary items. All right, so we are going to work with them all at once. All right, so now what we have to do first is let's come back to this place. We are going to create a route for the saving of the information into the database. So we have to web. So inside this, we'll now create another route. We'll save it here. So this route, we can say user loan store. All right, user loan store, and here you can say loan store. That's the name of the function, loan store. Then user loan store is the name of the route. All right, so let's save this. After we do this, we are now going to create function inside the loan controller. So we'll go back to app, we'll come to HTTP controllers, backend, admin, then loan controller. Then here we are going to create the function. So public function. So this function is going to be request because we are going to get information from form. We'll create a variable, we'll call it request. All right, so now after we do this, next thing to do is we have to use auth, that is to get the person that is storing the data, to get the person that is applying for this loan. All right, so to do that, we have to, it's just very easy. All we just need to do is we need to call the auth. So we have to do something like this. We'll say use app, then we don't need to say app, let's just use illuminate. All right, so use illuminate, then this, and we now have support. After support, we are now going to use packet, then this, then we are also going to use auth, then we'll put semicolon at the end. So this is very cool. All right, so now here we have to use the auth to get the current user that is trying to apply for this loan. So we'll just do id is equals to auth, then user, then we are now going to get id of that user. All right, so this is it. So press Ctrl+S to save this. So when you come back to this table, you can see we have user here, then we have id, so that is the id we want to take. All right, so let's go back to the loan application. So now after we get the id, next thing to do is we are going to get data from this particular user. So we'll say data, so data is equals to, so we are going to get it from user model. You can see we have model, which is user model, this user model. So we can copy this and paste it below. Then here we'll now call it user. All right, so after we do this, next here we will now utilize the user. All right, so we'll copy this also, we'll paste it at this place. Then we'll now say find what is going to find id, that is this particular id. All right, so now we get all the details of that particular user. All right, so now after we do this, we have to use time. We are going to use time. So for we to use time, we'll use carbon. So this is it here, use carbon like this, and you now put slash. Then after that you use this /. After the /, then we'll now say carbon, then put semicolon at the end. All right, so this will allow us to use time. So now here we are going to get today's date. All right, that is the date that user is trying to apply. So we'll create a variable, we'll call it today, is equals to carbon, then now open round bracket and close it. All right, so now we get today's date. Then next is we are going to format the date. All right, therefore it will show year, month and date. So to format it, we can just use this. We can create a variable, call it formatted date, formatted date, then you say it's equals to this today's date. All right, so it's equals to today. Then the format, we are going to specify the format, and format is going to be like this. We have y-m-d, then we now put semicolon at the end. All right, so we do this. Next thing to do is we are now going to insert the record into the database. All right, so for we to insert the record into the database, all we have to do is we are going to call this the name of our, this is loan application, that's the model, so we have to call it here. So loan application, then we will now say insert, then we are going to insert it in form of array, that is all the record. Make sure you put semicolon at the end here. So now what we are going to insert first, we know that in the database we have name, so copy name like this. So we have to do this name. So where are we going to get in the name? The name of that user. So here you can see in the form, in this form here, we do not specify where the user will write name. So we want to take the name directly from the account of the user. So that is what we are doing. So here we'll now say data. So this is going to be data name. All right, that's the name. So after this we can copy this and paste again for the email, because the next item we have here is email. So copy the email also. So here it will be email, then here also is going to be data email, that is email of that user. All right, then after that we will now deal with the next item, which is, we'll copy this place. We can see we have amount, right? So we have to get the amount. So amount is going to be request. So request, then we do this amount. All right, so in the request amount, so the request amount, let's check and make sure that this is it here. You can see amount is there. All right, so request amount, here we have a simple error that we need to fix. All right, so here it's not supposed to be semicolon, we put comma. Here also we are going to place comma. Here is also going to be comma. All right, so press Ctrl S to save. So we can repeat this as many times as possible. All right, like this. So here the next items we have the bank, that is the bank. So we are going to copy it also and paste it into the bank, that is here. Bank is also going to be request bank. Then after this we have account number. So we can say account number. This request is going to be account number. Then here we put account. All right, so we are going to use account at this place here. All right, so after the account, now we can still copy this and paste many times because we have some other items. So paste this. So now here we have loan type. All right, so copy the loan type. So the loan type, after the account we have loan type, we paste it here. That is the loan type here. Then in this the loan type here, we give it a name of loan type as well. That's our request, so we use the loan type as well. All right, so after the loan type, the next things we have here is we have the installment count. So here installment count, we copy this. The name should also be installment count. So let's take installment count, that is our request. Installment count is here. Then here also we can see we have installment count. All right, so this is just very easy. All right, so you learn a lot of things in this course. Do not forget to always keep good review. All right, so after installment count, then we have installment amount. So copy this and paste it here. So installment amount, that's it. What we have next here is going to be installment amount. Then from the database we also use it as installment amount. All right, installment amount, like this. So after this we have next item. Let's copy this and paste it below this particular one. All right, so the next item there is we have amount payable, like this. So amount payable, here this is going to be amount payable. Then from here you can see we have amount plus the interest, right? So it's going to be amount payable. So let's copy this amount payable. From here we also use it amount payable at this place here. So after this, in our database we are also expecting date applied, that is the date that person apply. So the date that person apply, here we already created formatted date. All right, so we'll now take this input. Let's copy this also. We'll paste it like 2 times. So here we'll take the date applied, like this. So this is going to be the date applied. Then the date applied, there we have this formatted date, so that is what we are going to use. All right, so we will now say formatted date. All right, so after this, then we are going to deal with the status. either the loan is approved or is not approved. So we'll put status here. Then the default, we are also going to put a string. For the default, we will say not approved. So you can say not approved like this. Then we'll now press Ctrl+S to save this. All right, so the moment we do this, next thing to do is we have to, after we store it, as we do earlier, we can check on this. We can just copy this. All right, here we can copy this. We'll now paste it into this. You already know what I did, so I'll explain it again. So we have toast success loan. We can say loan applied successfully. Loan applied successfully. All right, then it will return and redirect back. So we now save this. All right, so that is cool. Here also we have to save it. We make sure that the input type here is button, and after that we'll come to the form. We have to specify the method of that form, which is going to be first, then the action. So the action of this form is going to be from our route, that is user loan store. So we are going to use the action at this place. So we'll say route, then this, then we'll now paste it like this. All right, then press Ctrl+S. After we do this, then we'll now add CSRF token. So we use CSRF token. All right, so now let's save this. After we do this, so we'll now come back to the form, try to refresh it. So as we are refreshing it now, here the heading is saying admin dashboard, so we can just easily fix that. Let's come to the dashboard of the user. So from the top, admin is supposed to be user dashboard. So let's save this, and now come back to this place. We'll refresh it, so you can see user dashboard. All right, so now let's try to save. Let's try to apply for a loan. So I'll apply for 100,000. All right, then my bank, I'll put something like First Bank. All right, then the account number, I'll put like 1122001122. all right, then the loan type, I will say business loan. Then the installment, I'm going to be paying this in 10 times, so let me put 10. So you can see my installments is always going to be 11,000 until when I finish paying the whole amount, which is 110,000 plus the 10% interest based on the agreement. So you click on submit. All right, so now we have simple error. We have to check the route. We copy the route, so we have to check it and change it to post, not get. All right, so we save this. All right, so now you can see the method is post, not get. So let's go back. Okay, so let's refresh this. So you can see loan applied successfully. So let's now open this. You can see the detail of the loan applied. All right, so let me remove this data and do it again. So let me refresh this. So here we say the amount, we can put 200,000. Then the bank, we put First Bank. Amount, account number, we can put 1234321, something like this. Then this is for personal loan. Installment, I'll pay in 15 times. So you can see this is how much I'm going to be paying. Then this is the amount. So let's submit it. Yes, you can see congrats, loan applied successfully. All right, so when we come to the database, we can be able to see the loan. All right, everything is intact. All right, so here we have come, you can see not approved, the date is there also, amount and everything is there. All right, so here we have come to the end of this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll continue from where we stop. In this lecture, we are going to check the admin section to make sure that the data we have submitted from the users section is there in the admin section. Remember, this is where we stopped in the user section. User can be able to apply for the loan. All right, so after doing this, next thing to do now is when we go to the admin section, this is the loan we submitted the other time, then this is the detail here. So let's now go and check the admin section. All right, so I've already opened another browser. This is admin dashboard. So in the admin dashboard, you can see we created this view the other time, that is view loan applications. So click on this. All right, so when we click it, you can see now we are able to see this record from that. This record, this is admin all loan application. So let's check the page. All right, so we have resources, views, admin, loan, all. All right, so we have these values. All right, then we also have these values as well. All right, so now this record that we can see, we are already fetching it from the database. We already did that the other time. So now in this admin dashboard, this record we are seeing, they are all from the database. When we open the database from here, that is this particular place, this is database here. So you can see this record that we submitted. We have the amount, this is amount 2000, then we have the amount payable. All right, so everything is there intact. What we need to do now is that we can be able to see the installment count. Then we can also be able to see the installment that the user is going to be paying, then the amount. That's what we did not include in the admin section, that is in this table. All right, so far now what we have to do is that we have to increase this, therefore we can be able to see the other details. So to increase this, we can just go back to the admin view page, that is this particular place. So after account number, then let's copy like 2 table head, we'll paste them. So inside this database here we have installment loan type. We already know the type of the loan that the person selected. Then we have the installment count, then we have the installment amount, then amount payable. So let's say installment amount, then amount payable. All right, so we can come back to this place here. All right, so here we have this. We'll now create, for we to view all the records, let's at the end add a button. This button, we are going to call it view records. All right, so this same button, we use it in this view, this particular place. We can use this type of record, or we can come to this place, we can use this type of button. So it's inside admin all users. So let's just go there. So let's Ctrl Z this, save this. Then we have admin users all users. So this all users, we have a button that will allow us to view all the records. So this is the button here. So let's copy this button exactly the way it is. All right, so we can now come back to this all. Here we'll now say we'll create another button. First of all, here let's add TD, that is table data. Inside the table data, I'll paste this. All right, I'll paste this particular button here. Okay, so when we do this, next thing to do is let me remove this for now. Let me remove this, therefore I can be able to see the button. So I'll remove this, save this. Then here at the top, I'll copy this particular header, that is the table head, and I'll call it action. All right, so now let's save this. So come back to the admin view, that is this. We'll click on this. Yes, you can see action, then view details. So you can say view details, that means view this loan detail. So that is what we are going to do. All right, so that is cool. So now what we need to do is we have to create a page just like what we did here. When we come to user, we click on user, we click on view details. You can see we're able to see all the details. So this is same things that we're going to do. You can see this is inside admin user detail, right? So let's also go to that page. We have admin user details. This is detail here, so we can do same things as we did the other one. So what we have to do here is that inside loan application, we create another file. We'll give it a name of detail. So detail.blade.php. all right, so now this user detail here, copy everything from this, we'll now paste it in this detail. All right, so we are going to change a lot of things inside. All right, so that is cool. Let's save this. All right, so now next thing to do. All right, so now on this, as we did here, we click on this, we click on this. You can see this now. We have to link it up with this particular record. So to do that, we have to link it through this button. So what we have to do, go back to there. This is the page here, that is all right. This is it here. So here you can see, as we did for all users, we have this. So you can just copy this exactly the way it is. You copy this. I will now come back to this place. This is the href for the button. You can see the button view detail. So this is the home page, and we'll paste it. So this here is not supposed to be with the route. We are going to create a route. So for you to create the route, we already know that we have to go to the route, then wave. All right, so for the user, the other time, this is the route we use for the user. This is it here, admin user detail. This is it here. Then we give it a name of user detail. So let's copy this. It's also a get route. So now we come under this, that is for the loan application. Now we'll paste this. So this is admin loan detail. All right, so we can say admin loan detail, and here also we'll call it loan detail. All right, so here is not going to be user detail, we are going to call it loan detail, and it's also going to be inside loan controller. I hope you understand what I'm doing. You are free to ask questions. All right, so now this is cool. So we have to create this loan detail inside this controller. So this is same things we do for the admin, that is this place. We have controller, backend, admin, then user controller. So user detail, this is user detail here. You can see it. So we just copy this. So we'll go back to the controller, that is loan controller here. So we are now going to paste it. So we'll go back to this. This is loan detail. Our own is loan detail. So we have to copy this. Then we'll now paste it here. All right. I hope you understand what I'm doing. All right. So now after we do this, next thing to do is this loan detail. We are going to get the loan. So you can just say loan like this. Then the model we are going to use is loan application. So copy this model, we paste it here. All right, we are also using ID, that is the ID here, right? Then where we are going to send this loan, we are going to compact it and send it into admin. This is the view admin dot. So we have the folder here, admin loan application, then all right. So this is it here. So admin loan application, let's say loan underscore, that's the name of the folder, application, loan application, then detail. This is the detail here. Then we now compact it with this loan. That is very nice. So now after we do this, next thing to do is let's go to this details page. All right, so we'll double click on this. This is the details page here. All right, so on this details page, we already know that we don't have anything to do with image. Let's just remove the image completely, or we can comment it out. We don't need it anymore. Then here we need the user name. All right, so here we are going to specify the name on that loan. All right, so you remember from our controller here, we have this loan variable that we convert. So we have to come back to the details. So inside the loan detail, here is going to be loan name. We already have the name in our database. This is it here, name, email, amount. We are going to take all these columns. So let's do this. All right, so we have name, right? After the name, we have email, then we have amount. All right, so let's go back to there and update it. So loan name, then we have loan email, that is email attached to that loan. All right, so that's now, for now, this is what we have. Then next here we are going to check and see what do we have. All right, so if the now we are going to, you can see if we save this here, we have to check it's not status. Inside this we have not status, also it's also status, so that is the status. So let's open it. We use not approved. All right, so if it is, we have to check it and see if it is approved, then the checkbox, the switch is going to be switched on. So loan here is going to be loan status approved. All right, so if it is approved, then it's going to be checked, otherwise it's not going to be checked. All right, so this is very cool. Then after that, we have to, we did this, then this is also, we already have the loan email here. Then here is also going to be loan, we can say amount, then loan, let's check it from the database. So loan amount, bank account, then we can put bank and account. So loan, then here is also going to be loan, we'll put bank. All right, so after that, we'll copy this again. We'll now put loan account. All right, so here we'll put amount. Then this particular one is going to be phone. All right, so I don't think, let's see if we have phone. We don't have phone, we only have bank account, amount, email, right? Already have the email out there. So this particular one, we can put something like status. Let's leave it as status. We can take it to be the last item, Ctrl X, then put it below this particular one. Then this is going to be status, then this is loan status. We can view the status. Then this is bank, then this is account, that is account number. All right, so now save this. After that, next thing here is also going to be loan. All right, this is no user ID, is going to be loan ID. All right, so that is cool. Next, we have to create this route. You remember how we do this the other time. This user toggle status, that is in the web. Here we have user toggle status. This is it here. So let's copy this whole route. So come back here and paste it. So admin loan, this is supposed to be admin loan ID toggle status, right? We can call it toggle status, no problem. Then here also the function name toggle status, then this is loan toggle status. So say loan toggle status. Then here we are going to use loan controller. All right, so what we have to do now is we are just going to add this function inside our loan controller, which we already have it in the users controller. So let's check it out. This is toggle status, so we can just copy this toggle status from here. Then we have to come back to this place and paste it. All right, so toggle status, then this is going to be loan application, that is this place, loan application. Then here we have to use loan, not user. So loan, the loan status, that is to toggle it. So if the status is, if we toggle it, initially it's supposed to be approved. All right, then if we did not toggle it, it's supposed to be not approved, not approved. All right, then it will save this. Then it will now say loan status. All right, loan status updated successfully. Then we'll now press Ctrl plus S to save this. All right, you also have the ID here. All right, so now that's for this. Okay, so here for the details, I think we have everything. So this should be, the route is not user, it's loan toggle status. So loan toggle status. Now press Ctrl to save this. Here also we'll save this all. So let's go back and check it out. So here we have this. Let's refresh this. All right, so we have one little issue that we need to fix. That is in the all blade loan application all blade. So all blade, it is saying that we don't have a user. All right, so let's check it out and see. All right, so let's do it together. Now this is the error we encounter. That is, you can see it here in the all, that is loan application all blade. So in line 94, user detail, then here is saying user ID. So we have to fix this. All right, so to do that, let's go to the file. This is all loan. So here 94, this is it here. So here, you know, we are not using user ID. This is LN ID, this particular LN. So that is what we are using. So copy it and paste it here. Then when we click, it's supposed to take us to loan application ID. That is our route. This is the route, loan detail. This is the route here. So this is the route where it is going to take us to, not user detail. It's supposed to be loan detail. So press Ctrl to save this. So come back again. Yes, you can see it refresh immediately with the help of bit. So now when we click on this, yeah, it now takes us to this particular place. So this is the name of the applicant, which is regular user. This is his email. Then the user detail, here we're supposed to put it to be loan detail. So let's come back to the detail. All right, the detail, this is the detail here. So this is going to be, all right, so we have to, this is supposed to be loan application. We have to say loan application detail. All right, say we save it. Now let's go and refresh it. Loan application detail. All right, then the amount is 20,000. Bank, this is past bank, account number, this is it. Then the status is not approved. Here we can be able to change the status. All right, so now let's preview the remaining information for the loan. So to do that, we'll just come back to this place. Let's copy this remaining 4. Let's add 2. So in the database we have installment and amount payable. So let's just add those ones. So installment, then amount payable, that is amount plus interest. All right, so here is loan, then installment amount, that is this particular one, installment amount, then amount payable, the last item. So we are going to add amount payable, like this. Then we'll now press Ctrl+S to save this. Let's preview it and see. Yes, you can see this is the amount that we're supposed to, this is the amount, this is the installment, then this is the amount payable, that is amount plus the 10%, which is 20,000 on 200,000. So let's remove this underline from this one. It's just very easy, you don't need to waste much time for this. All right, here also we remove this and press Ctrl+S to save this. Let's go back and refresh it again. Yeah, so we have this. So now this toggle, when we toggle on it, all right, so we have some error. So inside, that is loan controller, here it says user save, so we are not using user save. So we have to go to the controller, loan controller, then this, after we toggle, is supposed to be loan save. So we save it like this. All right, so let's go back to there. So let's go and refresh it again. So let's try to click on this. Yes, you can see loan status updated successfully. Now the status have changed to approved. When we do it back, you can see loan status updated successfully. Now the status is not approved. So let's approve it. Yes, so now we are able to approve the loan. All right, so we are going to stop at this. In the next lecture, we'll continue from where we stopped. In this lecture, we are going to work on this admin section. All right, you can see here, we can see all loan applications. All right, so we want a situation where all the loan that is already approved, it should not be displayed here. That means we only see the loan that is not approved. So first of all, we need to remove this. Because when we go to the loan detail, we are able to change the status from here. So we need to remove it from this particular place. So to remove it, what we just need to do, we just need to go to all loans. All right, this is it here. So this approved loan, we remove this. Then we'll also come back to this and remove this. So that is all we have to do. So let's press Ctrl+S to save it. So we'll go back and refresh this. Yes, we can only see view detail. So it's so clean like this. So next, after this, what we have to do is when we come back to this view, we have to only see the loan that is not approved. So this loan is already approved. So to do that, we have to go to the controller. So this is loan controller. So at the top, we say all loan. You can see it here. So this is where we are going to make changes. So to make these changes, what we need to do is when we say all loan, so we are going to use, let's utilize the use of DB, that is for database. So let's copy this. Now we'll now paste it, and here we will now say DB. All right, so after we do this, we'll save this. Now we have to modify this, so we can just take away everything from here. So let's take everything away from this place. So we'll now say DB like this, then table. So open round bracket and close round bracket. We'll now specify the name of the table. So the name of the table is, this is it here. The name of the table is loan applications. So this is it here. So we have to copy it from here. Then we'll now come back to this place. So loan applications. All right. So after we do this, then we'll now do like this. This is a query. We'll say where, then open round bracket, then status. So where status, All right, so where status, we put comma in front of status, then we now indicate the status. So what we always see as the default in this particular section here, or click on it, what we always see, it always go not approved. All right, so not approved is the default. We already know that, we did it earlier. So here we say where status is not approved. All right, so that is it. So after we do this, next we'll now say get. All right, we'll put round bracket, close it, then at the end we'll now put semicolon. So while we do this, so this is going to solve the problem. So when we press Ctrl plus S to save this, we'll go back to there. Let's refresh this page. Yes, you can see we cannot be able to see anyone. All right, so that is very cool. All right, so now next thing to do is we are going to create another link. We are going to call it view approved loans. So to do that, we'll come back to, let's come back to this. We'll go to the admin. Inside the admin we have section, and we have sidebar. So for the admin, we have the first item, the one that we just worked on now, which is view loan applications. So we'll copy this, and next thing we'll just copy it and paste it below. So this particular one is going to be view approved loan. So you can say view approved loan. So there may be many, so loans. So let's go back and refresh the page. So you can see view approved loans. So when we click on it, we want to see the same item that we can see here. So what we need to do, we need to create a route for that. So to create the route for that, let's go to the web. So for the route, you can see we can use the same type of route. So copy this route, we'll paste it below that. All right, so admin all approved loans. So that's the name of the there's the URL. All right, then here we can say admin approved loan. So we can say like this, admin approved loan. Then here is going to be admin all approved loans. Yes, so now we are done with this particular section. This is very cool. So after we do this, we'll now go to the loan controller and create this function. So let's do this. We copy this. There's a loan controller. We can do it immediately after this particular place here. So we can say public function, open round bracket, close it, then we'll do this. All right, so as we do this, next thing is we can copy the same information like this, or what we have to do is we can just take this completely the way it is, we'll paste it at this place. So the difference is that this is going to be approved, so where status is approved. So next we are now going to create a view. All right, so view is going to be inside this loan application. So we'll come back, this is loan application, so we can create a file. We can see approved blade.php. all right, so approved.blade.php, this is the name of the file. So this approved.blade.php is going to be same with this particular one, that is all. So we just copy everything from here, Ctrl A, copy everything, then we'll now come back to the approved, then we'll now paste it. All right, so when we do this, everything will go the way it's supposed to, so we don't have any problem. Let's save this. So next thing to do is in the sidebar we have to use this route name, that is admin all approved loans. So in the sidebar we'll come back, we use this admin all approved loans. So we now paste it like this, then press Ctrl+S to save it. All right, so let's check it out and see. So here when we refresh, we know we don't have anything. So when we click on the drop down, we see view approved loans. So we click on this. Here we have an issue, so this is saying yes, definitely. So when we click on this now, it is not showing us anything. Admin all approved loans is not showing anything, so let's check it out. All right, so why we are seeing that error is that in the loan, that is this particular place here, we only mention the query, so we also need to return view. So let's copy this view from here, then we now paste it below. So we can say loan application approved. So we'll save this. So when we save it, we'll now go back to there, we'll click on this. This is view applications. So when we come back to loan application approved, then we can see we can be able to see the approved loan applications. When we click on view, you can see we are able to see the details of that particular loan. All right, so here we have come to the end of this lecture. In the next lecture we'll continue from where we stop. In this lecture we are going to see how the user can be able to view his loan if it is approved or it is not approved. So we are going to modify, this is a users panel, so we are going to modify this link to view approved loan. So to do that, we'll now come back to this. We have the views resource views, we go to users, then we can see we have section and we have sidebar. So this sidebar, this is going to be view approved loan, view approved loan. All right, so that is cool. So now after that we have to go to the user, we have to create a route inside the user. So this is the all the users route, so we have to create them. So to do that, we can, since it is get, so we can just copy this exactly like this, then we'll now paste it at this place. So user approved, we can say user approved loan. All right, then here we also call it approved loan, approved loan. All right, then here we'll now say user approved loan, that is the name of the route. So we'll now save this, then we are going to create, so this place here we are going to create a function called approved loan. So to do that, we'll copy this, we'll now go to this controller, that is the loan controller. So inside the loan controller, we'll come back down here, so we'll say public function, then the name of the controller, then this is it, and I'll put something like this, that is it. So here this is going to return view. So for it to return the view, what we need to do is, you remember we were able to retrieve the approved loans that is in the admin dashboard, that is this particular dashboard. So this is inside admin all approved loans. So we can go back to there. So we have the view admin loan, then approved. So this approved, we can just copy it. So we'll go back to the user, you can see loan application, so we can create a file, we'll call it approved .blade then we'll now paste it inside. All right, so after we do this, now next thing to do is here is supposed to be user dashboard. All right, so that is all we have to do. So next is we have to go to the controller, loan controller. So this loan controller, this is where we get all approved loans. So you can just copy this exactly the way it is. And the reason why I'm copying it, because I know you know what I'm doing. All right, so we'll now paste it like this. So this is loan DB, loan applications, where status is approved. But this time around, our query is a little bit different from this query. So this is how the query is going to be. So first we have to create a variable, that means email. All right, so let's create an email variable. So email is equals to, because we want to get the loan that belongs to that user, only that user. So auth, we can say auth, then we'll do this, then we'll now say user. After user, then we will now say email. All right, so now we get the email of the user that is logged in. All right, so now the query, it is going to change. So let's remove all this. So we say DB table loan. All right, so next we'll now use where. So we can say where, open round bracket and close it. So where email, that is email inside this table, email in this table here, this email, right? All right, that's the email field. All right, so where email, so you give comma, so where email is equals to this email, that means this user's email. All right, so after we do this, then next we are going to use another query, which is where. So where we open this, then we'll say status. So where status is approved. All right, that we have two status, either approved or not approved. So where status is approved, then after that we'll now say get, open round bracket and close it. All right, then we'll put semicolon at the end. So this is it, that's the only thing that we need to do. So we'll now save this. Okay, so here also on the sidebar, this sidebar, that is for the user sidebar, we already say view approved loan. So now we can copy this, that is the route, we paste it here. So this is the route that we are going to use. Let me close this here, also close this, also close this. This is the route here. So the route that we created to use is user approved loan. So copy this, this is the sidebar. So the sidebar here will say user approved loan. This is the route we are going to use. All right, so that's cool, that's cool. So now go to file, then we'll now save everything. So let's go and check it out. So we are going to refresh this page. So you can see loan details, then we say view approved loan. So click on this, you can see we have the approved loan. All right, so that is very cool, that is very cool. So now when we click on view detail, so this view detail here, we don't have anything because that one is only admin that can be able to view the detail. So we already know the kind of loan that we applied for. So this view detail may not even be necessary. So we'll go back to this. This is the approved loan for the user, or is user approved loan. So we can just remove this action button. All right, and if you want to view the details, so you see the process we follow to create it. So it's just very easy. So let's go back now. We'll now refresh this. All right, this is for the user. So I think I made little, the changes is not effective here, so let's do Ctrl Z. All right, so let's save this. So we'll go to, this is loan application, this is the approved. All right, so now you can see when we click on view approved loan, it's taking us to the admin section. All right, so what we need to do, the reason why we are seeing this is that when you come back to the controller, you can see here we say admin loan application approved. So that is not what we are going to use. We are going to use user. So this should be user. So we use user, then loan application. Inside the folder loan application, then we have approved. So let's press Ctrl+S. So when we do this now, we'll go back to the, let's refresh this. So go to loan, then view this. Yes, you can see we have this user and all the informations, and that view details, we remove it from there. All right, so now we have come to the end of this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn how we can change the title of the program. We also include the logo. So to do that, we have to start with the logo first. So this is the logo. I downloaded a picture. This is the picture. So you can make use of any picture that comes your way. So this is the picture we want to use as the logo. All right, so this picture, I'll copy it from my flash drive, then we'll now put it inside the program folder. So it goes C, we'll go to XAMPP, and we'll go to htdocs, and inside the htdocs we have loan, then inside the loan we are going to, we'll go to public. So inside public, let's paste it. All right, so let's paste it at here. So inside the public, let's just create a folder, then we'll call it images. So all our images are going to be here. Then we'll now paste this inside. So logo.png is there. All right, so now we are going back to the code. Okay, so let's close this. So now for we to access this header is for user. You can see it's user. So for we to access this, we know what to do. We have to just go to the resources, then we'll go to views, we'll go to user, then you can see section, then we have header. So this header, we have image here, image source, that is the logo. So we'll now remove this, then we do this. All right, so we'll now say asset, that is assets, as I told you earlier, it means the public folder. So inside public folder, we have folder called images. So here asset, we'll now put this, and we'll now put images. Then inside images, we have logo.png. So let's save this. So when we do this, we'll now come to the user, then we'll now refresh it. You can see our logo is displayed successfully. Then after that, for the title, it's just very easy. It is just a statement. We can change the statement if we like. So here we can just change it to loan manager. All right, so click this to save it. So on doing this now, we can refresh. You can see we have the title loan manager. So we are going to repeat this for the admin section also. So the admin section here, we are going to do same things. So here we have to go to we'll close this file, minimize everything. So go to resources, views, admin, then we have sections, then we have header. So in the header, we repeat same things. So just move this. So open two double quotes, then asset, then we have images, the logo, then we'll save it. Then after that, here we have to also change the title. So we'll call this loan manager. We save this. So we'll come back to this place. This is for the admin. So let's refresh this. Yes, we have everything intact. All right, so now we have come to the end of this complete course. So if you have any question, you are free to drop it. I'm going to respond to it. All right, please do not forget to leave a review, very nice review for this course. Thank you so much.